And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Garden Live. And this is Claude the cat. He is enjoying himself right here. And yeah, he certainly, scared. Hey, AJ. Yeah, and this is the cat of the garden. He certainly is guarding the yard and cleaning himself too. Yeah, and we are having a. Now he's going off this way. Let's see. He might be drinking water, I suppose. I'm not too sure where he's going. He might be. I'm not too sure. He is going under there. Let's see if he comes out. But yeah, see, at nighttime, what Claude does is he guards the garden, and he might be going under there. He might see something, and we'll see if he comes out. And we'll go this way as usual. Yeah, so he's definitely a good cat, and he likes to run around the yard at night and do all kinds of things. So yeah, there's a lot of different alien stuff going on, and there's things from the alien files that have been discovered and alien things that are coming out that I think is very cool. And these branches and these trees are getting very big, which is very cool. But yeah, so I like the stuff that's coming out. This is confirming a lot of different conspiracy theories that we have speculated for a while, and we will definitely dive into those. It's because there's definitely something in Antarctica that is really cool because there's allegedly a secret society or secret civilization there. Yeah, and that's the train. Very nice. What if I saw an alien running through my garden? Well, I would think that the alien was running through my garden. It would be extremely. I would get scared. That's what I would think. I would certainly would hopefully be on the live stream with y'all if an alien came through the garden, and we would have to go and interview them. So that is something that I would like to see. And you see, in these situations, I I would have to go and stop that alien and do an interview with them on the live stream. That's what we would do. Hello, Fish. And he said, "How do you honestly think that the pyramids were built?" I think the pyramids were built by the pyramids were built by. I don't really know for certain. It very well may have been these. Hello, Bend. Good to see you. I'll answer your question in a moment. So, I personally think that the pyramids were built by aliens, or at least they assisted with the construction. Some kind of a way they either assisted with it or they were part of the construction of the UFOs. I mean, not the UFOs, the pyramids. They may have been assisting in the construction of it. And there's another possibility that they could have already been there farther back as a way to balance out the Earth's magnetic field and the other mechanisms in the planet. So, for instance, there's like it could be a way of balancing things out. It could have been already put there, but it probably was created by, you know, aliens assisting humans some kind of way. And Bend, I have filmed a UFO before, but I've not filmed an alien. So that is to answer your question. So I definitely would like to see the different types of possibilities, but and apparently the Nephilims could have helped build the pyramids. There's also pyramids over in Antarctica too that I think is quite interesting. Yes, yes, Mark. I definitely need to be careful of the creatures. Scared, because apparently there might be aliens that might try to run past us and try to go different places. Yeah, and so that's what I think. The pyramids are also a use of a power source. It was a type of power source for the Earth or for different regions that had them, right? So, I think it was used by alien craft, alien materials. Yes, I do. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I may have a machete and may need to take it with me sometimes on my night walks. That's true. And I'm kind of like allowing them to be there. Well, I personally don't want these cut. I don't want them cut because I have these things grow very big. So in a way, I should use a machete, but I rather them just get as big as possible because that's what I'm trying to do with them. Yeah, hello Floppy. Yes, all hail King Jesus. Yes, and but as I said, I grow these plants because I like them, and but that's a good idea about the machete though. Thank you. And I don't know what a chrome heater is. Wait, a chrome hearts? Chrome hearts. I don't know what that is. So no, I don't have Chrome Hearts because I don't know what that is. You can explain to me what that is. I'd like to know. But yeah, anyway, so the UFO files are certainly showing lots of fascinating information and different UFO craft that have been spotted throughout time and alleged secret civilizations that exist that a lot of the conspiracy theories have been talking about for a while are being confirmed as being true. So I am glad to know that that is a thing. That there at least was documented in government documents. So that way it doesn't make us all look like we're nuts. Oh, and the moon is coming up. Moon is coming up. You see, that is the moon coming up right there. It's a very spooky, eerie moon, but it is there. And I hear bats. Scared. Hey, Carlos. Hello, greetings, Ann. Invader. Welcome to the stream. And Shem says, what do you think is happening? Experts are being silenced or going missing. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You see, the experts being silent or going missing, that has to do with a lot of people who know things, in my opinion, about anti gravity, and they want to censor them about anti-gravity. And with the anti-gravity that we are, experiencing, is that we would be able to have a technology that would tell people that they are not tied to the economy anymore. They would completely be independent of it, and they would be able to go and have free energy, or at least energy without the electric grid system, and better transportation, and will completely flip the economy upside down on its head. That's what it would do. This is something they're concerned about, and maybe it would get into the wrong hands. Maybe there's people that would do something bad with it. But it would, you could have free, even Nikola Tesla, human on Earth, maybe he had alien contact, but he came up with a technology. Oh, morning, underboss. He came up with an alien technology that was extremely cool, that you could have wireless electricity. And with the wireless electricity, you could have like electricity, people could have it wirelessly. So even he came up with a cool technology like that. So these aliens have this advanced technology to heal people and to have electricity or power ships. So the reason why they're being censored is because they know this information that they don't want to be released. So that is a hypothetical possibility. Another possibility is that they're working on a secret alien base. They're working on a secret alien base. Not okay. Let me rephrase that. They're working on a secret base somewhere, and they're going to be able to, like the Manhattan Project. During the Manhattan Project, the Earth was, they're trying to build an atomic bomb, so they wanted to go have the scientists sequestered. So it's possible these experts and scientists might be being sequestered to work on some secret project. And there's been there've been about 20 earthquakes at Area 51 recently. So there's something going on over there. It's kind of weird. So that is my theory about that. Hello, Chris. We're talking about aliens and the scientists going missing and what the reason might be. All right, and Ard says, when you find out that what they're in the book of Enoch and the real God, you will run the question, if you don't know, you're lucky. Well, I know the book of Enoch, and I believe it shouldn't have been taken out the Bible. And you are absolutely correct about that. And also, Genesis talks about it too, as well. And they're going to hide that tech and get rid of anyone who could develop it further. Yeah, that's what they wanted. Now, I'll say that where I am, if people were curious, what I can say is I'm somewhere on planet Earth in some sort of more of a probably more tropical type place, probably. But then again, there's this tree right here that's like not really a tropical tree, so something like that. So yes, it's a viable possibility because that's something that we've been seeing. My team and I have been seeing that do research on this, is that they could possibly be, doing that. Now, like Stephen Greer, he was talking about these things earlier, like the other day, and that there's some alien craft that are doing things that we have. There's some craft that we have that we've reverse engineered from alien tech. Others are from humans. And okay, there probably are there are snakes here, definitely, but poisonous snakes, I am not completely familiar. I don't want to go test my luck, but yeah, there's poisonous snakes and non-poisonous snakes. I just don't know which one is which. But I know there's some non-poisonous snakes. Okay, let's see. Mark says, yeah, so answer your question. I wonder how much Elon's boring company has completed. Ah, right, exactly. And let's see. Chris says, are you talking about the scientists going missing? Not surprised, because that men in black are targeting top officials because they know more than they should, sometimes working in secret projects they risky. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Stephen Greer is a plant. Don't listen to him. Okay, thank you for your take on that. And Vader said, "Is the Book of Enoch those 10 pages, or that was written on those kings? I forgot the name of it." Okay, so Book of Enoch is a I can't pronounce the word, but it's like a prithrical gospel. So it means that it was in the original Bible a very long time ago, and it was taken out by the Catholic and Protestant churches. Now the Ethiopian Orthodox Church kept the book. And so in that situation, the Book of Enoch, it was a very interesting book, and it kind of goes in more detail about the aliens and Nephilim and fallen angels and stuff like that. It goes in more detail. And Enoch was the grandfather of Noah. All right, and let's see, anything else? Right, and no, I believe that the Bible has. There's been books taken out of the Bible, but the books themselves were the same. They always were. But the Bible has been had. They had books taken out of it, but those books are still around. We can still examine. The Catholic Bible had books in it, and then the Protestant Bible took books out, and they see like the Catholics took books out, and then the Protestants took books out, and everybody's just picking and choosing what they want to believe. So it needs to be accepted in its entirety. There may have been some verses about purgatory or something in the Old Testament that the Protestants took out, but then again, it's like they say it's like not in the Bible, but they just simply took out the part of the Bible that talks about it. So it seems convenient, and because although, as I said, I thought it was kind of funny when I learned about that. I'm not Catholic, but I thought that was kind of funny. It's like it's not in the Bible because they took the part of the Bible out that talked about it. Funny, and needs a big cleaning. And okay, thank you, AJ, for your take. That's nice. A lot of it is now it has rained recently, so it does need to be cut. But a lot of these plants I have grow because I like the jungle look to it. So yeah, like sometimes I let the plants grow in a wild way. But thank you, AJ, for your take on that. Steven said Luther hated the status because it idolized beauty, but his followers ended up idolizing truth. Interesting. Okay. Yes, I hope that the truth comes out too. I agree. Well, you see, AJ, I think that's a very good thing to point out. The reason why the cardboard is there is because the cats like to lay on them. It's cats like to lay on these things, and you've seen the Claude and Bubbles, his brother, and my the cats like to lay on these things. That's why it's there. But I know what you're saying, and my family likes to feed cats, and I like them too, and they like to lay on the cardboard and take a sun bath. Yeah. So, but I know what you're saying. It's a little bit out there, but it's for the cats. I mean, it even kind of kills the grass in certain spots, which I don't always like, but the cats like to lay on them. Yeah. Hey, Greg. Hello, Awaken. We are talking about alien conspiracy theories and stuff from the new UFO files. This box is for like a food bowl to be on, right here. Yeah. Yeah. And Hey, Greg. Good to see you. So, Greg, these are some plants I'm planting. I'm wearing Crocs. That's what I'm wearing. All right, so these are that's okra right there, and a lot of these other plants are just ornamental plants. And these are some tomatoes. Some tomatoes right here. So and all these other plants is kind of like a jungle, so to speak. Yeah, so the Bible can be understood as a spiritual moral guide rather than a modern scientific textbook. Its core message focuses on human nature, faith, free will, and justice, love, sacrifice, and humanity. Stone says there's an alien name for himself. To look it up. You can look up your alien name. We're not really that interested. Chris said, relationship with God, while some passages may conflict with current scientific understanding because they were written in ancient times by people with limited knowledge of the universe and they're symbolic. Yeah. Like when say somebody sees a UFO, right? It's like people may not know what that was exactly. But when people in our time would see it, we would know what it is, but back then they wouldn't really know what it was. And yeah, so definitely, good points. Yes, I agree, Chris. Good, you have good points about that. A logical way to summarize it. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. Yeah, and then over here we have the moon coming out again. Here. The specific. Right. I buy the philosophies and dogma at the same time. Good night, Greg. Thank you for coming. Hello, Pearl McGregor. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and yeah, so my position is that aliens are real, and there is more out there than what we're being told. And these alien files are surprisingly showing some fascinating information that I think that everybody needs to see and understand because there is hello John, welcome to the stream. There is so much truth out there that people need to accept that they don't want to accept. Well, I'm just going to put this right here and we're just going to look at this. Let's go. Okay, and this is the moon right here being ambient. You said your cousin scared? All right, Chris says, I recently learned that Cain and Abel, the two brothers are related to Enoch. Well, yeah, we all are connected. That's a good thing to point out. Yeah, we all are connected. Because he was back from that time period in the texts that were written. It's very important for the people to understand these types of concepts because so many time periods see it right away, but it is there. Yeah, and so it's nice to see disclosure happening. So it is really a fascinating thing indeed to see. Yes. Chris says that the challenge is separating literal interpretation from deeper philosophical and spiritual lessons. Humans keep arguing over timelines, dinosaurs, and floods while ignoring uncomfortable parts. And yeah, uncomfortable parts need to be explored and talked about. Yeah, so definitely the uncomfortable truths need to be talked about, and you know, it's very important to do. Hmm. Yeah, so as I said, I do think that do you believe they're not real? Have you ever had any paranormal encounters? Out of curiosity, so that'll be something interesting for chat to talk about. Point is that morality goes out of the window when everyone is fighting to see whose real leader reality is, because so many people, so many times, have a lot of things to say. And there's the moon is maybe a satellite for aliens. It could be an alien base. It could be something from another world. It's kind of hollow like a bell. Like it has been able to ring like a bell before. So it's definitely something mysterious that people are not exactly sure about of what it actually could be. Because there's also some pictures taken from the moon that were from UFOs. It could have been a UFO phenomenon. So the moon is doing something, or maybe there's alien bases up there that moon, or some sort of conspiracy like that. Messes things with the water. Does that, and now it's being covered. So we're gonna go this way. I had two different encounters. One type of UFO space formation around 7 spacecraft alignment, me and a night sky. Ah, yeah, exactly. That is really cool because a lot of times people will see stuff like that and go in denial about what it actually is. And it is good for people to talk about these things and document them, because so many people are are now coming forward and talking about their paranormal. That's where we have to be decipher from human made and non-human made, because a lot of things are human made through reverse engineering, etc. But some things are completely from us. Chris says the other was when I was doing a bad and hitting a rock bottom in life, and feel a spiritual war and some sort of, yeah, because there's definitely a spiritual war that goes on that people will have with themselves or others. I need to find God and seek redemption before it's late. Yes, yes, I agree. Definitely. Okay. So, people in chat. Those are only people that have seen UFOs or had alien encounters. Interesting. Thank you for saying what your thoughts about that, chat. And all right. And there's also paranormal experiences that are governed by them too, that people have seen. And you know, I think there is in the new UFO files. There's lots of interesting things that have been coming out, and a lot of people thought it wasn't going to work out, and it wasn't going to be something people wanted. We're going to see anything interesting, but there actually are some interesting things that are out there about it. Right, and here we have the crescent moon, and so yeah, there's different people had alien encounters in various different places, and they're recorded in the UFO files. During the 50s and 40s and you know 60s, they were seeing aircraft from other places. That was really interesting. So I'm glad that stuff is being exposed out there. Okay. Yeah, the full moon. Yeah. Invader says if half the moon were to be split off during a meteor tides, would be heavily affected and become weaker around the Earth, would spin faster, leading to 15 hours a day. Ah, that's interesting. It's crazy to see how the moon controls these different type of mechanisms in our world. That is really fascinating. Though manifestations like imagery, imaginary friends, but feed on energy of the minds and fear of people. Yeah. Oh yeah, I agree. I think the moon is a spaceship. It seems like it could be because there on the dark side of the moon there may be an alien base on them. Hello, W3. Welcome. Oh, it's where souls pass through after death. Okay. Well, the moon's pretty cool, so I like to pass through the moon. No, you will, Joe. You will go through the dark side of the moon. Chris says the moon is a fake satellite that was given to us for a reason that we call the living Earth. Yeah, I think that with the satellites, the sun and moon compromise alike in key. Eclipse happen opening. Well, with the eclipses, that usually a lot of times civilizations thought that the eclipses were something that was not good or a bad omen of some kind. And it does give off some sort of strange vibes when an eclipse happens. Yeah, so and solar eclipse also have to do with different spiritualities that people used to see and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. So that's all that's going on with chat. Okay. And I think the moon is quite fascinating, and it's definitely like the term loony comes from people that were seeing the full moon, and it was pretty cool. But it's actually kind of a bad thing in a way because people acting nutty could come from the moon being full. So definitely the moon has some sort of energy on the body. Chris says, I feel the Earth never meant for us humans, but more advanced civilizations that can live longer than us wanted to live there because there was eventually going to be back because Anunnaki or reptilians. Yeah, it definitely eventually they're coming back to repopulate the Earth. Yeah, so definitely with the reptilians or whatever they are, Anunnaki, the Earth, people don't live as long as they could live, and I do wonder about that. If there was some civilization that would want to replace us or repopulate us. And Chris says we would change our DNA. Hello, fish. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so that's what I think. The They would come here, and humans either got corrupted or whatever, and they weren't able to live as long as some of the other beings. Yes, the reptilians. Reptilians. No, I have not heard about the meteor shower. I'd like to know about what the meteor shower was about. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so I have no idea what the Leonid shower is about. Let's see. So no one's gonna tell me what it is exactly, so I'll look it up. Anyway, so this, here. Oh yeah, I believe the CERN collider really messed us up. And let's see. Yeah, I do agree about CERN. And see, Invader said it was a massive celestial event. Millions. It was a massive celestial event. Millions of meteors seen falling at once. People in 1833 freaked out, and having not seen anything like that before, and they believed the world was ending. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Hello, Lori. Lori loves Jesus, and a very nice name. I like that. Okay. Aliens would come here, and some billionaire would want to buy their craft. They laugh at him because X at him because money doesn't have value to them, right? But yeah, I agree. They really don't value money. They just value power, their control that they have. The galaxy contains multiple citizens, some cooperative, some expansionists, some so ancient that they no longer think like biological beings at Earth, have been deliberately hidden. Invaders said it was a massive. Okay, I read that. And the Operation Glass things haven't been the same since 2012. Okay, there's a theory that there's an alien called J Rod, and this alien called J Rod was out there, and he was allegedly a time traveler that was saying that they changed the timeline from the 2012 incident, and it was some kind of government cover up. So that's what I thought was, an interesting link to what these aliens are talking about. And there's a time travel thing, but with CERN specifically, the CERN collider has been causing lots of alleged timeline warps. So, for instance, you have CERN, and it's doing these colliders with atoms, and they might have put our timeline in another timeline. So that's why we have Looney Tunes like iTunes instead of regular tunes. So that's what's occurring. You have the Hydro Collider, and it may be letting out demons and other types of entities through a portal. So it's certainly a situation that could be questionable, indeed. Chris says scientists discover that under extreme precise collision in frequencies, vacuums fluctuations begin with synchronizing instead of random quadrant noise. Space time behaves like a questioning medium. Chris says, think of reality itself acting like a glass exposed to the exact sound of frequencies that make it vibrations, not opening portals Hollywood way, much like the weakening instability of local casualty. Yeah, that's a good good idea, thing. So scientists discover that under extreme precise collision frequencies, vacuum fluctuations begin to synchronize instead of random quantum noise. Space time behaves like the resonating medium. Think of reality itself acting like glass exposed to exact frequencies makes it vibration, not opening portals. Hollywood way, like weakening stability. Okay. All timelines meet in 2012 in Operational Looking Glass. Yes, yes. Operation Looking Glass is another one. Uh, yes. There's another operation called Operation. There's Project Yellow Book, which has to do with the aliens having a tablet of all the history of of humanity from the beginning of the galaxy onward. So I think with the collider, it could have really messed up some things. And aliens, there's a theory that they may be time travelers from another time period. Now, if they came over here, and if the time traveler exists, it would cause a time warp. That's where the Mandela effect comes from. So either the CERN thing or something else was causing all the issues that we have now with the Mandela effect. Hello, Levy. We are talking about alien conspiracy theories. There is something going on with the collider. The CERN collider may be bringing in different entities from other dimensions. It could be causing a time warp where it caused our timeline to be messed up. And we have the Mandela effect. Aliens could be time travelers themselves, or they're messing up the timeline some kind of a way. And that CERN is doing some evil things. So that's what we think is happening, and discussing a new alien UFO files that have been dropped, and they have some very interesting information in it. It seems to confirm about alleged UFO sightings. So I think it's quite an intriguing thing indeed to see. But yeah, and there's a secret society of people that live in Antarctica, apparently too, according to the files. Also, we are looking at the moon. Yes, like the government. I feel like the billionaire financing the project in order to look for God particles and trying to open portals, but they've been playing with forces and they don't even understand. Oh yeah, they're definitely playing with fire. That's absolutely true. Okay, and let's see. Lizard said bad things happen when you collide particles at speeds of light. Okay, and let's see. Oh, hello there, Carlos. Glad to see you still there. And then Joey says, I thought, oh, it was butter. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. So, see, bad things happen when you collide particles at the speed of light. Yes, it's even possible. Let's see, even the collision of particles, or like how to handle them or contain them, even on unpredicted, like having Thanos gauntlet stones. I don't really know about that song. Don't really know about that song. Let's see. And also, let's see over in this way. This is a much bigger elephant ear plant. Yeah, I've never heard of that song. Let's see. And isn't even a collision of the particles, more like how to handle them or contain them because they are unpredictable, like having Thanos gauntlet stones. Yes, it is certainly like Thanos. Absolutely. Dax says, "What do you think about those drones? Whatever those going around 2024." Okay, I think the drones are going around in 2024 were certainly things that had to do with. They were certainly things that had to do with the collide. They were maybe orbs that were appearing in different parts. Yeah, it's Fig. Yeah, there were different orbs that were appearing in different parts of the world, and they had these drones that are either monitoring them or going to combat them. So that is what they were, and the drones are like combating them because you would have these drones fly up to these orbs, and then the orbs would fall out the sky. Imagine having unlimited power. Yeah, okay. So honestly, just pull a lawn chair, crack a beer, and want. Yes, yes, absolutely. Zan says there's a story of a woman told about during her. She was shifted into what she perceived as the true base reality, stating that all humans are really in tubes another place called Soul Earth Exile 3. So they're basically 13. So they think that we might be a simulation. Yeah, I've heard theories about us being a simulation before. That is something that's quite compelling and quite fascinating. So do people, some of you may think that we live in a simulation, and I think that is extremely fascinating indeed. Because if we are living in a simulation, you know, we have the capability of perhaps seeing all kinds of different things happen right before our eyes. So we will definitely see that indeed if that occurs. But and sometimes they think that there is a glitch in our matrix. And if we have a glitch in the matrix, that is something that we have to understand could be a possibility. That might happen because that's maybe what the Mandela effect is. It might be a glitch in the matrix. It must be simulation of some sort because yes, there are many glitches in the matrix. Yeah, yeah. So there you go. That is a theory about our world and the glitches that happen in it, and why it may seem like more of a simulation over an actual reality. Sort of like Inception, where there's like a world, a dream within a dream within a dream, and then eventually when we pass away, we escape, we go out of the matrix to somewhere else. I do believe in God, heaven, and hell, but there's other things interesting to theorize about what exactly might be going on with these factors. Hello, hello, every day. Great to see you. They said some examples are birds flying in place, airplanes frozen in midair, people appearing in the air out of nowhere, and many more. Yeah, yeah. All that is just very bizarre to happen, and you wonder like what exactly is going on with that. Yeah. And if anyone has ever played Kingdom Come Deliverance, two NPCs eat meals and tasks during the day and sleep. Yeah. Okay. Hilarious. Okay, thanks. And Chris says if reality is a multiverse layer inside a cosmic simulation, then every theory is real somewhere. Somewhere a civilization built gods out of machines. Somewhere black holes are doorways. Somewhere humanity never evolved. Somewhere we already destroyed ourselves arguing online about pineapples on pizza. Yeah, I've heard about that. Like there's the opposite of what's going on here happens somewhere else. Chris says the terrifying part is not possibilities exist. It's that consciousness might only express one thin slice, while infinity burns quietly in every direction. Very poetic. Very well said. Yeah, burning in every single direction is a haunting thing because it's what's fueling all these different types of outcomes that could happen. Scared. All right, and there is also an unseen all simulation is surrounding us. Yeah, the unseen is more active than the physical reality. Yeah, it's working things behind the scenes. Like, could imaginations and hypothetical scenarios really be scenarios in other realms that are not here? You know, somewhere else, something else might be occurring that's different than this place. It's interesting to hypothesize what these other worlds might include, but in this realm, I am glad that we are in this place. We know because I know it. I guess if we were in some other realm, I'd like that place too, hypothetically. But yeah. So basically, every decision that we don't make on this reality, we did on another. Ah, okay. Interesting. Blizzard says, "I just want to be Joey Pants in the Matrix. Let me enjoy the steak." Yes, yes. It's like enjoy the ride. That's happening. We're in for an interesting ride through the cosmos of uncertainty. Yeah. And that's why we have to be thankful for decisions that, or be thankful and thoughtful about the decisions we make in this realm, and make the right decisions that we can in this dimension. So basically, simulation could exist, but we don't know. Scared? Yes. Yeah. A lot of it's smoke and mirrors, and I would say that we did in this realm what we could have done in other realms. Yeah. And every day said that comes with age, wisdom, making the right choices. Yes, yes, I agree. So some other realms, there are unwise choices that were made. Yes, yes, that is true. It's like sometimes you want to just go back to the Matrix and remember things how they used to be conceptualized. Zan says, I've seen the video where night sky was being filmed and randomly light passed across the sky. It was similar to a digital rain in the green code seen in the Matrix movies. Uh huh. You see, a lot of times what they say in movies are actually reality. Hello, Chris. Why are you stuck in the dimension of bad decisions? Because it's an opportunity to. The good news about this is that you're here, because you now know that you have learned lessons from those times, and that the dots will connect in the future somehow, Chris. And even things that make sense now, they will later, and that there's something even better here in this dimension, even if it was just learning raw experience, because you could build endurance. Like, you're still here today. You're still here today with us now and asking questions. So the other dimension, you wouldn't have been as strong to handle the things in this dimension, because you are still here with us now. So you are strong enough to go through it to get a better reward here. And we all make bad decisions at times. Could be further proof of simulation. Yes, yes. Yeah, we could be worker bees too. It could certainly be a worker bees in a hive system. Recently watched a documentary about the movie The Butterfly Effects, and the deeper than I thought. Oh, the butterfly effect is very deep. Yeah. It's like something that happens in the other side of the world affects everything over here. I'm on planet Earth. This is a pumpkin plant, by the way. I think pumpkin plants are pretty cool. All right, Chris says the guy on the movie Butterfly Effect was able to change his future through manifestation, mind over matter, going to his past and changing outcome. Yeah, take a couple of months, Invader. Collecting the butterfly effects theory and the final destination to learn something that we can change and factors we can't escape the outcome. Do you think the U.S. government there will be any disclosure from supposedly? Well, the UFO files are quite telling about what they're showing in the UFO files. There's lots of valuable information in them so far. But yes, I believe there's going to be a further U.S. government disclosure. Yes. Every equivalent learning the lesson, they not repeat the same behavior. Yes. Yes, that's what I agree with. And I think what we go through makes us stronger also. Like a person going through bad things, it develops character, makes them into a stronger person, and it is ultimately would go for their good in the long term. I don't do any kind of drugs. Do you do drugs? Yeah, so I think everything is a learning lesson and develops our character. Well, thank you, Levy. I don't do anything like that, but thank you for the suggestion. Chris says simulation theory turns extensive existence into ultimate thought experiment. If a universe can be programmed, the alternate outcome are not fantasy; they are variables. Every decision becomes a branch. All right. Lizard said, if the Anunnaki situation and we were just harvesting natural resources and either a mass extinction even caused them to abandon us and they see you and it dipped. And every theory coordinate every impossible idea just another server running the basement of eternity. Humans call some ideas crazy only because their brains are calibrated with for survival. Yeah. All right. So humans call some ideas crazy. Yeah, because only you see, you have to be the crazy ones, or in thinking different is how you would get the ideas out. All right. So Chris says humans call some ideas crazy only because their brains are calibrated for survival. Apprehending infiltration in a monkey with taxes trying to decode the architecture of reality. Yeah. Humans in general are trying to do stuff like that. They're trying to see reality, but there's a reality distortion field, which I think anything is possible. I even think the impossible is possible. I think, but then again, most people do not think that way. Yes, field of endless potentiality. All right. Invaders said, if life is a simulation, would make sense. What we call nighttime is actually power saving mode or sleep mode. Yes, yes. We're just a GTA 6. Yeah, by the way, anybody, I think we're maybe all looking forward to GTA 6 coming out. That's going to be a real fun one to see. And yeah, we all just are in a GTA 6 simulation. That is true. Hello, Mindy. That's great to see you. Not feeling well, just popped in to give you a like and support the channel. Love you, Alien, my brother. Have a blessed day. You have a blessed day too. Thank you for hitting the like and coming by. I appreciate it. So yeah, that game certainly would be a. It's been supposed to come out for a while, but it's supposed to come out in November, I think. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But we already are in GTA 6 in a way, in general. Yeah. So in this reality, we have to make the most of it because we can't control or not control whatever happens in some other dimension, and we have to do with the hand that we're dealt, and we will eventually see things make sense. Like I remember, I went through different live streams and different groups over time, and I've had many of them. And I've had some people from other streams come here, and I've had people from this stream organically come here too. And like I have gone through different things with different chat groups that sometimes didn't always work out. But then again, I still kept searching for and looking around YouTube and said shout out to Mindy, cool people. I met her on one of my expeditions of looking around YouTube, although I like the solving different mysteries and stuff. I like those types of programs. And see, that's where it all makes sense. It's a dot connecting. And being on the stream with you all is another dot connecting. So even when things don't work out with different people, or in this realm that we're in, because sometimes we could think about another dimension or another realm that we have that would work out better than this one, we could actually make the most of this one, and it can work out with the right people coming along. That's why I will say that no matter what happens in this realm, even if it doesn't make sense right away, I think it'll make sense later. In other realms, it may look good at first or bad at first, but it wouldn't make sense in general because those other dimensions, if they're there, were not, in my opinion, the default setting. So that is something else to add to these things. That there could be positive things that could be seen within negative circumstances. Right. Let's see. Chris says the greatest irony is that people fight over who owns the truth while standing in a reality vast enough to make certainty itself look primitive. Scared. I know, because this sort of concept that we're speculating on is that we don't even know. It's like what Pilate said to Jesus, like, what is truth? At this point, it's like everyone's arguing what the truth is, and I'll say everybody thinks they're right. Everyone thinks that they're right. And it's like in some other dimension, the other reality was right, hypothetically. So we don't even know like what is really is and what really isn't can be speculative. Yeah. No wonder it does not release because we are in GTA 6. Yeah, exactly. We've been in GTA 6 the whole time. And Lizard said there are congressmen that are implying that there are multiple alien species feuding. We are caught in the middle. Yeah. There are alleged multiple alien species that exist, allegedly. They're either demons, aliens, something from another dimension, and they're coming over here and feuding over the earth and the resources or just with each other. And that could be an explanation for some things. Scared. Yes, mature enough to have a wide enough angle lens. Yes, yes. Because in the long term with things, a lot of times people will conceptualize that aliens like did exist, although the universe is very vast. And when this happened, when the vast universe was able to go and move itself around, and you were able to see that there could be something else out there besides us, people were conditioned over time to accept it with various media lenses and stuff, and they released alien information. So it's crazy to see how much information the government had on UFOs, and they said that they weren't real. Hello, Susan. Welcome. And Chris says, if the multiverse are true, then reality is not a single story. It's an infinite library where every it's a multiverse are true, then reality is not a single story, but it's an infinite library where every triumph, every collapse, every good, every god, every monster, every civilization, every version of you is there. Hello, Jeremy. Yeah, that is a very interesting thing to speculate on. Absolutely, Chris. So it means that everything's just elaborate story, like a big story over just one thing over another. Yeah, so the concepts of these different, dimensions, maybe that's what the Mandela effect is. It could be different things splitting from different dimensions or different realities. There's a time and a place for everything. Maybe another realm, it's not even like that. There's no time and place for anything. What if we are the alternate reality of something else? That's another thing to hypothesize on. Jerry said the Heath Ledger Joker was an alien in its own way because of life reality facts. Yeah, he was, and a lot of times he said things that were like red pill moments. There's a lot of red pill things that he'd say, and you kind of like think about it and go, "Whoa, scared." All right, Chris says, "Yeah, consciousness is key." Yes. Chris says, "Imagine all the dimensions collisions between all the sending monsters to this current dimension." Oh, that would be scared. It would be crazy to see. I mean, it would be like when Transformers: The Dark Side of the Moon, when all the things start coming in from this dimension from somewhere else. Scared. Yeah, and there's also a Timu consciousness as well. Jerry said he was trying to warn us about society from being corrupted, being corrupt and secretly evil in its way. He was trying to like say like the status quo and the way things are is really you know the matrix, and there's a way to break the matrix. That they painted him as the bad guy, but in reality he was the person that may have been telling some facts. He wasn't really good, but he was telling some facts in a way at certain points possibly. And it's like they'll condition you to think somebody's your enemy, but it's actually the other side that was your enemy, or that the what you were told was actually not true. Like everyone paints themselves as the good guys, but truth is not always binary. Whatever happens, it's going to be before GTA 6 sucks. Yeah. Granny said, "Why won't Earth go into a black hole?" Google said, "I have no idea. Maybe Earth was not able to finance it because of inflation. Maybe that's why he couldn't go into the black hole." I really don't know what the reason would be. Okay, understood, Jeremy. And that is something to really think, is which is intriguing. So many people out there are seeing before their eyes like a version of reality. It's like Idiocracy. All the streets being destroyed, everything else around us that's having a problem. The whole world is seeing like Idiocracy. Like, people could see things happening everywhere, and it goes and causes an issue. I thought it all could spin to a black hole too, but maybe the way the Earth and the magnetic field and the solar system, maybe it would cause it not to do that. Hey, comedy. Yes, yes, very well said. Okay, that is well said. A comedy about Idiocracy. Yes. Yeah, I've seen a movie called Idiocracy, and that's why I'm drawing parallels to our modern world today. Well, everything is just being destroyed right in front of people, and everything's just going downhill, and nobody really cares or notices. They're just like in their own personal bubble. Yeah, scared. It's funny, but scared. All right. Chris said, check the recap of Idiocracy movie. It's about a future world. There's almost accurate trash everywhere and stupid people ruling. Yeah, it is basically what we live in now, especially like in LA. It's like that. You have so many, you know, people over there that are homeless or intense, things of that nature. Absolutely. It's funny how accurate Idiocracy is to society today. Yeah, I know, because it was almost like a preview into the future. Because big corporations and all kinds of stuff happen for no reason, and everything just collapses. It is indeed and very scared and also accurate. The future can be worse or it can be better. We don't really know. Tomorrow's a mystery, but we will see what it could be. I also believe Batman is an alien too in his own way by he sees things in his perspective. The fact that he's rich and destined to save the world. Right. Enjoy the time we have left. Get you see card, high limit, lease two Lamborghinis to wrap the Lamborghini around tree doing 190 before you make the first monthly payment end. Oh, so Chris, you think something more disturbing is gonna come later. And maybe it will if we don't do something about it. Definitely. That's definitely a possibility. That could happen. What do you think exactly may happen in the future? Matthew McConaughey is a favorite actor. Have you seen? Oh, I love Interstellar. That's a very great movie. And the conceptualization of the black hole and what it could lead to, and all the things that we're doing, in our reality, let's say like with the new dust bowl that would happen. All those things are interesting concepts to have. Hello, hello, Kay. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. Also, Inception is good. If I think I mentioned that earlier, but yeah, Inception's good also. Okay. And also in these types of circumstances, it is good to tap into the possibilities some of these movies have shown, because these movies, and Karis, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. And Chris says human decency becomes predictable when technology evolves faster than wisdom. Every empire says it wants peace while building weapons just in case, stockpiling fear like squirrels, like hordes. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Chris said, let's see, human decency becomes predictable when technology evolves faster than wisdom. Every empire says, I read that. Okay. Have you ever familiar with the Batman villain, alien from the old comics? Interesting character. I don't know. I think I am. I just don't quite remember it off the top of my head. But I did look into the Batman stuff very frequently. And I know about the Mothman one. But the other one, I'm not completely certain or can't really place it. But I definitely, it sounds familiar though. Batman's, enemy that was an alien. Chris says history keeps showing us the same pattern: economic pressure, propaganda, tribal identity, corruption, and leadership addiction. Addicted power create populations angry enough to fight and distracted enough not to notice who profits from the chaos. Very well said. People. If we don't learn from history, we're doomed to repeat it. And if not, yeah, because somebody in the end profits from everything. Yeah, I agree, Jeremy. I think they're all the same thing. They're all interconnected. Chris says, "I don't want the future, but the human. What they just looking for more power and make propaganda to make wars with their neighbors." Yeah, and in the end, no one really wins. And especially the people fighting on the front lines don't win. It's the people making profit off the wars that win. As people don't understand. Chris says, "I don't want the future, but the humans predictable when they just looking for more power and making it fake propaganda to make wars with neighbors." And it's odd how in movies and cartoons mermaids are perceived as good beings, but cryptid sightings stories they somehow are hostile evil. Yeah, because a lot of the good stories are fantasies. Yeah. Chris said, world wars don't begin with bullets. They begin when humans normalize dehumanization, when truth becomes optional, and when suffering treated like statistics. Statistics on a screen insisted that funerals with the names civilization wears a suit, carries a smartphone, and quote morality online and repeats ancient instincts, a modern machinery, same ape, same sharper tools. So you're basically saying that humans didn't really evolve at all from their origins. There's basically the same thing as we were before, or a de-evolution occurs. Scared. Yeah, and yeah, civilization. I mean, it just seems like it repeats the same problems over and over again. But they just want more money, more repetition. I think fear is a big motivator. Oh, worse than that? Okay. We are talking about other dimensions and civilization collapsing and how different things might be different meanings in different dimensions. Okay, see, technology evolution not conclusive. Oh, okay. It's technology's evolution. Okay. Oh yeah, it definitely can seem like that at times. Indeed. Oh, t-shirt. Just people like these live streams. They like hanging out with me on these live streams and talking about different things. Custom says, like, I've already been somewhere and done something not like in a dream. Yeah. Yeah. It's deja vu. Yeah, that definitely means that you could have been in another dimension or something's overlapping. Right. Chris said that yes, fear, but if you leadership install fear among their people, they're bound to obey every decision the leader tell them, even if it's morally wrong. They follow the orders like sheep. Yeah, they definitely are sheeple out there. That's what they also are acting like. Many of these people are sheeple, and they just lead themselves into the house of slaughterness. Not the slaughterness house, but they get slaughtered like a bunch of sheep. I definitely think that is very well said. Exactly, Chris. Psychological tactics used against citizens every day to maintain control. Yeah. Yes, Hog. Want to hear a UFO encounter? All right. Jeanette says, yeah, yeah. So I read what Jeanette said. Chris said, I watched the Nuremberg trials about how the world judges the most powerful Nazis based on fundamental laws and morals. Many soldiers say they just following orders like that's an excuse. Oh, I know. There was something else that was said in the other, not the Nuremberg trials, but another type of thing where there was someone that was a guard at a concentration camp, and he was saying that he was following orders, and that was it. Yeah. Also, during the USSR, they wanted revenge, and they did the same things over there too, and also in China, etc. So yeah, it definitely leads to the patterns of society collapsing. Yeah, I definitely think that the different alien encounters are good to hear about and learn about. Absolutely. Custom says fear is manifestation of things people don't understand. Like someone has a fear of a snakes, they don't realize the snakes don't have a slimy texture. Not every snake bites or is venomous. Right. Okay, and the sky is turning this cloudy right now. Oh yeah, it's all about in the mind. Like people don't understand exactly. Okay, Jeanette, thank you for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. I believe it was a Buzz Albright that said denying the first moon landing ever happened. Yeah, he did deny the first moon landing, and or he said we weren't allowed to go back. One of those things. And people are not allowed to go back to the moon. That is something kind of mysterious because people don't know exactly why they weren't allowed to go there. Oh, oh, cheers! Thank you for subbing. Have a good day, good night, whatever it is where you are. Okay. So custom says, yeah, we've seen the moon up and the sun up at the same time. And that's pretty wild to see. I think it is quite crazy when the moon is up at the same time as the sun. It's like kind of like a glitch in the matrix. And there are aliens apparently on the moon. Like there's apparently an alien bases on the moon. And with these alien bases that are there, it could cause people, reasons why they didn't want us to go back there. So apparently the aliens didn't want us to go back to the moon. And Zan said, yes, I believe they saw something indeed, which was why nobody allowed us back. Also, at the same time, he started denying it ever happened. Yeah, I mean, the Transformers movie depicts them on the dark side of the moon and they see something. and that's like a subliminal message. I've seen also another thing that happened where they say that with the moon, there are other instances of it being a base or it's hollow, and that the aliens didn't want us to go back there. And there is in the UFO files, there is a situation that happened where they showed us this other factor, where they showed us these lights that were seen by the moon when they were on it. Oh, I know they want to beat other countries in the space race. They want to beat Russia, USSR, right? Human brains under intense stress realize synchronized electromagnetic and biochemical patterns. Right. Paul, I have doubts about us going to the moon, but if we did go, because it seems like it doesn't make any sense, or if we did go to the moon, the footage that they showed us was not really what the footage was. They showed us fake footage. If a species evolved to in dimensions frequencies beyond normal human senses, might feed not physically but informally or energetically from those emotional emissions. Like sharks sensing blood in water, and the ocean is conscious of itself. Yes, I've heard it's supposed to lose gravity for 12 seconds. Yes. Yeah, that is something to think about. Scared. All right. Zan says, I watched these things about the early moon missions. One of the astronauts was frozen, stunned when he saw a defined a massive structure, and it took massive structure and also took many pictures, so the structure is not yet known. Is none. Okay. Very interesting. I've heard about portals being mirrors. Yeah, I've heard that. I'm bound to believe that fear is something found like reptilian food, like reptilian or even dimensional entities. Yes, I agree. The moon is very interesting. If we did go to the moon, how come more expeditions and lunar studies haven't been done conductive or space station can monitor a lot of moon but doesn't? Chris says a civilization feeding on harmony would encourage wisdom and creativity. One feeding on fear would cultivate chaos while remaining mostly invisible. Right. Right. A civilization feeding on harmony would encourage wisdom and creativity. One feeding on fear would cultivate chaos while remaining mostly invisible. What about dome housing with colonies and Earth underground? Yes, there's a theory that Antarctica has this secret civilization of humans that are in the Earth called Hollow Earth, and many civilizations have mythology about people in the Hollow Earth. So the Hollow Earth theory is that there's a people or people existing under the Earth, and it's documented in the new released UFO files, and I think it is quite intriguing, indeed. So that is a theory about that. Chris says, in this hypothetical framework, wars become harvest events, mass panic amplifies the signal, rituals, symbols, and propaganda act as psychological tuning for forks. Comic says that's the only issue with thinking that space we see could be covered by dome. But yes, I definitely think that is a possibility too. Yeah. Oh, hello, Nana. Welcome to the stream. Great to see you. All right. Now we have. Now we have the. We have the different things up. Okay, so let's see. Not buying that the Earth will lose gravity in August 12. How would everyone know that? The general is just something scientifically impossible. It's still something interesting to talk about, but yeah, I don't really know if it's going to happen or not. And Chris says certain entities may unknowingly cooperate because fear also creates power structures easier to control. UFO sightings don't disastrous or wars could be sightings during disaster wars could be interpreted as observing monitoring emotional spikes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That certainly could be a factor in it, and that would be the broader reason on why these entities are having these things happen. Because people have seen UFOs that come out of swamps, these like flying saucers during the daytime, and people think that it's quite mysterious what occurs. Oh. Chris says ancient myths, dragons, demons, and sacrifice demons, feeding on suffering, archons, Gnostic translations, trapping souls through ignorance and fear, serpent god appearing across civilization. They could be recording me. Sometimes these are mockingbirds too. So they may be recording what I'm saying, yeah, and sending it back to headquarters. Scared. Fears like this energy they all want to feed on demons, draconic, reptilian, Icarons. Yes, they all want to feed on the motions of fear. Just like the Epstein thing. That's why Epstein thing was a medium for them to use to harvest suffering, right? Okay, and Chris says there are many entities from space and also from others from dimensions. Yeah, they're coming from space in these different dimensions, and they're trying to absorb everything from us in that way. And I think it is extremely wrong, condescending for those entities to do that. And those are the forces of darkness that we talk about. Say like religiously. The Roswell alien told USA not to go to the moon, and we didn't listen. Yeah, there's also the Ebians. The Ebian is another type of alien entity that exists. And those entities that exist are trying to cause us an issue, but not the Ebians. They seem like they're better, but the Greys are not always that trustworthy, and they have wars with the Greys and Ebians have wars. KT says, yes, demonic spirituality corrupt people, use distractions, so those probably possible they can take human form. Yeah, and the possibility of them taking human form is a concerning situation if you think about it, because it would be able to blend in like a chameleon, no pun intended, with everybody else. And by doing that, they would cause unimaginable catastrophe to the human race. And they already do. If fear is food, then awareness becomes rebellion. A calm spirit, grounded, critically thinking human would become harder to manipulate and therefore less nutritious. Yes, that's why the prophets and people of different religions emphasize that. Because when you have that happen, people are going to be more wise to tell the story, of what they're thinking and doing, and not do what they used to do in the past. So yeah, it certainly would be less in a way to absorb that, because we don't want to be food for those enemies. We want to be nutritious for our own selves and not nutritious for an alien entity that's trying to destroy us. Yeah, KT, and I think AI came out at a time where there was videos, information being released, like aliens. So people might think something's AI, but it's actually not AI. All right, and unity, creativity, discipline, humor, and genuine connection would disrupt the system because they reduce emotional volatility. That's why many hate the Bible message of love. Yeah, very well said. Very well said. There's man-made ideologies that people could just do whatever they want, and it's not what people are supposed to do because it was for their own good. Hello, Lisa. It's great to see you. Welcome. And yeah, if aliens have technology to travel the galaxy, then they have the ability to, on Earth, unseen, blending humans. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's extremely, wild to see how all these like ideologies that'll try to oppose the message, Chris, are encouraging these bad behaviors that are only going to cause more human self-destruction. So that's a problem that I will see, is a manipulation, not really a liberation. Facts, Chris, and it's like the balance, free will, and giving people the power to get drunk with no repercussions. That kind of how society is right now. Oh, I believe it. It's alien technology, definitely. I think most things we have is from alien technology, reverse engineered. All right, Chris said humanity crossing galaxies only to discover entanglement and basically psychological cybersecurity, tragic for military and industrial complex, terrible news for interdimensional energy vampires. Yeah, exactly. The industrial energy vampires certainly do not want to have their plans foiled, and they're going to do everything they can to try to twist the narrative using human mediums so people can still fall into their trap. Maybe the whole point of going to the Earth was to harvest the energy from people here. That's what I'm seeing more than anything. Is like the wars, and they weren't coming here for gold or whatever. They came here for the humans to harvest the energy. And out of all the galaxies and planets, there was us, which is something they really needed. That's why they wanted to crave the human energy. So that is another possibility there. Very good point. I mean, it's so much. So many people are doing the bidding of the force of darkness, than people realize. Good day, Journey. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, these interdimensional beings and aliens are both trying to go and starve people out of existence by using their energy against them and harvesting the negative emotions. And humans being calm and peaceful, tranquil, will completely combat what these things are trying to do, which I think is a wise thing because there's so many things out there that want us all to be drained of everything. Yeah, there is too much corruption. I definitely agree. Thank you, Nan. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. And Custom says from 1910 to 1925, the car replaced the horse 10-1 power and want to rid horses. We get rid of primitive land or a track. That's what's going on happening with gas cars compared to electric cars. Yeah, absolutely. And we are the most powerful entities, energy, nutrition, and gold. Just their electronics. Let's see, we are the most powerful entities for energy. Nutrition, gold is just for their electronic hardware, like spaceships, weapons, and portals. Basically, the mineral for the craft. Yeah, and then the human suffering and stuff is the dark energy that they're absorbing from those various sufferings that are happening. You know, they want to go and they're energy vampires that want to completely take away everything from humans, dignity and honor. So it seems like they want a combination of things from us. KT says, notice the new street drugs came out 5 to 10 years ago, but it's just offspring of medicine that humans cultivate in herbal form with less side effects. Oh, aspirin, for instance, comes from a tree. There's all kinds of herbal medicines. Like all medicines come from herbs and plants and stuff, but they mutated and twisted them around. I'm not saying people shouldn't take medicine if they need it, but yeah, a lot of these are like the different chemicals and stuff on steroids, and it could certainly cause people these different issues, psychologically and emotionally, or death or overdoses. I mean, it could cause lots of problems to people if they are around that type of stuff. And remember, the big pharma industries, my opinion, are making lots of profits from these things. I think it is rather wicked at the same time what they're able to do. Yeah. All right. They don't want our technology. They want our resources. Earth has some that want, and they need it for, they just wanting. Yeah. You see, they want humans to drain their energy. They want our resources. Oh, our technology probably came from them. They want our resources for their own technical advancements too. KT said everything comes with a crutch nowadays. It's kind of like dripping your blood into a hot searing pan and you lose anyway. Very well way to put it. It's extremely important to see the tactics that are used to condition us in these modern times in our day to walk with a crutch. Definitely. It's exchange and we don't see it yet. Yes, yes. Earth is just like a gas station with a 7-Eleven where diabolical entities could find tools and gas and snacks. Yeah, very well said. It's like this. It's like 7-Eleven, and it's just sitting there in the middle of the galaxy, just middle of nowhere in the galaxy, just for them to go and make a monopoly out of. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is true, Don. Yeah. All right, Dollar General is definitely ran by aliens. They have them everywhere. Yes, yes. And KT says, also, speaking of blood, I don't want to say, but they're cultists, and they have been recently called out for do thing like, oh yeah, yeah. A lot of that happens, KT, and I appreciate the the caution about it. And there was, for instance, on the Epstein's Island, it's speculated that they did that there, and that these elites were consuming blood, and it's called Adrenochrome that humans have, that these entities are trying to absorb. Uh, the Adrenochrome, the people and the other ones, the humans and aliens or entities, whatever they are absorbing the energies from those things, and they are going to um, try to keep doing that, and that's basically what you're talking about. It's called adrenochrome. It's something in the blood that humans produce, especially the youth. So yeah, it's something that has been going on with cults for a long time. Yeah. Now let's go over here. Yeah. So that is, different religious cults and practices went by that because it was governed by those entities. Certainly governed by those types of entities. Oh, hilarious! I see chat. Yeah. So I think that would summarize that explanation for those things. Now, it's crucial for people to not be manipulated by these things or types of ideas that would cause us to be bait for them. I think everybody here has a good understanding of these things about why it's good to have a good mentality to not let ourselves get fallen away. So it is good that more people are waking up about it. KT says diabolical, and I heard that in a few Amazon forests they cleared them out to practice the rituals. Oh yeah, it happens in Amazon. In my opinion, it would happen in Amazon. It's a secluded area, middle of nowhere, and also it have ties to spiritualism from the past. And the types of spiritualism that people would be able to discover would it would certainly make it so people would have these occultists would have these areas to do their things they want to do, and where people wouldn't be able to find them. Sort of like there's the owl thing uh, at the Grove, where there was this owl they're doing a sacrifice to. These occultist people do it all kinds of places. Yeah. Oh, KT, very awesome. Okay. Thank you, mods, for for doing good with chat. And Custom says even Isaac Newton was super smart, astrology wise, and he had alien help and didn't tell anyone. Oh yeah, I definitely believe it. I believe those inventors and scientists definitely knew a lot of information about that stuff. Definitely. Because they had, able to channel things from those other dimensions, and they told him what kind of technology to make. Yeah. Okay, Gumby. We will reach Mars perhaps around, I don't know, it depends on the technology, the advancements of technology that humans have, and it depends on these factors. It depends how quickly we come up with antimatter technology to go to these different planets, and we have the ambition to go there. You know, it could take 10,000 years to go there if people don't want to go there. So I'd say we could around our some in this time frame, they could send probes or different things to Mars at some point. You know, maybe they could send a few people there within this lifetime at some point. Because I know Musk talks about it. Another factor that may be put into consideration is the other thing where Mars, around 500 to 1,000 years from now, will be able to travel to Mars like you traveled to Florida or the beach or something. So it'll be 500 to 1,000 years. They'll be able, to, well, 1,000 years they'll be able to go to other planets and colonize them. Like 500 years, they'll probably be able to go to Mars and like put a house on there. So it will be a little ways away. He had to go create calculus to explain his theories by the age of 27. Come on, yeah, I know, I know. He definitely had that technology from somewhere. To a 3D civilization, 4D intelligence manipulation space-time could appear as UFO behavior, instant acceleration, disappearing objects, or impossible movements. It's going to take at least 3 generations. Yeah. Yeah. Chris says the 2D creature on paper, human, and appearing from above that will look supernatural. All right, and Chris said, if higher dimensional beings exist, they may bypass distance entirely by moving through dimensions humans cannot. Hypothetically, humans move through space, advanced civilizations may move through space itself or fold dimensions together like bending paper. Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah. I've heard about that analogy before about the bending paper. It definitely may be a way it occurs. Yes. Yes, the underwater craft. The underwater craft is very fascinating because people will be off the coast. You'll see these flying saucers or orbs or some sort of UFO come from underwater, and when they come from underwater, it really asks questions because it's like, how are they coming from underwater? What are they? How's that all work? So what happens is there's a theory that aliens already were here for a long time and they had bases here underwater, or that they're coming from the oceans and they're going upwards rather than them coming downwards. They're going upwards. So that is something I think is very intriguing. And then another thing with the UFO is that they go back into the water too, to like a football field sized base or pod of some kind. And people in ancient India had mythological stories of these beings coming from underwater with their flying craft. So, there's possible civilization of people or humans that existed here on Earth that live underground, under the earth somewhere, which I believe is true. And there also may be, in addition to that, aliens underground or one or the other, and that they had this advanced technology, and there was just something about it that we didn't really know about. Now, in the alien files that were released, they talk about a civilization under the earth that was documented in the UFO files the government released. So we will see if there's anything, interesting about that can be dug in further. But it's excellent that it's finally being taken to light. Quantum particles ignore human common sense, and space expands faster than light in some regions. And that's another thing why do we spend more money exploring space than the ocean? Why know less about the ocean than space? Yeah, a very good point. Excellent, point right there. Because there's so many aliens, I mean, that we talk about coming from the water. So the question here is why in the world are they, coming from the ocean? And in addition to this, you have all these. See, like this is the sky. It's changing different colors, different things coming from Antarctica. So what I was want to say is that Antarctica has a lot of UFO sightings. There's Captain Bird, and he had 4,000 troops, and they're going down there to see if there was a UFO of some kind or something down there. So they did an exploration, and there were so many aliens that were down there because there's flying saucers that were repelling them from going over in that region. They're coming from the ground. So there's a door in Antarctica. There's pyramids over there too. So go to the Wi-Fi zone. Okay, and I'm back. I'm back. So I want to say that again. So there are UFO. There's an in Antarctica. There is a theory that there are aliens down there, or some alien base, and that they were seen before by some of our troops that went over there back in like the late 40s. I think that's pretty cool. There are allegedly the Northern Lights are from an inner Earth sun. Okay, so we get that out the way. And aliens could be in the oceans. And in the ocean, they might be hunting and lurking, whatever. And they come out and monitor us during the day or at night whenever they come out of the water. So I think we need to learn more about the oceans because there's so much of the oceans that are undiscovered and so many bases out there that we do not know about. So I think that it's very important for us to take all that into consideration about what we have. Yeah. Hello, Mace. All right. And Chris says, which would explain why humanity keeps ostracizing between arrogance and existence and panic every time strange lights appear in the sky. Yeah, and that's why they don't want people knowing about the UFOs because it can cause panic, and a lot of people don't like it. And that's reasons why they censored alien information. You always ask me why the government is censoring the UFO information, and that is very much why. Yeah, and it looks like where I am, it's about to be more daylight. Okay. So Chris says the time. Hello, Saw Girl. Good to see you. Chris says time already changes depending on gravity and velocity according to the theory of relativity. So civilization millions of years ahead might engineer reality to the information level instead. Ah, okay. Okay. That makes sense. Somebody said something about Wi-Fi earlier. Let's see. Okay. I don't know. Hang on. Yeah, so it's possible that Wi-Fi technology came from them too, the aliens, because they have these types of things, like Tesla and these different inventors may have been helped by aliens or did some sort of meditation or communication with something from other dimension. They're able to access these type of things. All right, May says all future tech will be subatomic manipulation, like the quantum computing. Yes, yes, uh, very true. Yes, the birds are singing. Yes, absolutely. Okay, we have some more sites here. So this quantum computing is the tip of the iceberg. Yep. May says yes, it's around a form of tech accounting to in the Sufi ways. They fed us the tech as they are AI and use silicon as intermittently. Okay. Okay. Uh, yeah, and we were speculating that the AI might be from alien technology in some origins. Okay, let's see. Chris says if intelligence can eventually manipulate dimensions, then perhaps universe is less like an empty ocean and more like layers of overlapping realities humans barely detect. Ah, yeah, I see. I see. And there's so many layers that can be, you know, put there with the overlapping dimensions. I think that's what the CERN thing is doing by using the overlapping dimensions. It's going to cause more problems to society as more of these weird things come out of them. Right. Okay. And over time, with the intelligence that are going to be given, if humanity doesn't go and destroy itself, there's going to be so many things out there that are going to be used for different forms of manipulation. The the collider and other types of, like, there'll be like smaller technologies. Like there's going to be smaller technologies for antimatter, things like that. And antimatter can really blow up everything. It could really destroy everything. Now they're going to have small devices like that that people might be able to use or have. Then over time they're going to have anti-gravity technology that will be sufficient for human convenience. That'll be very futuristic beyond anything that we have now, and that's really what they want to try to censor also. So we have those that taken into consideration, and for those that are, they are already called. That's why the world jinn means unseen. Okay, thank you. Yes, yeah, and they'll see the jinn that will come from those other realms into this realm, and that's what people are seeing a lot these days. They have them everywhere, and I believe that's what the CERN collider is helping bring more into this world, and which is quite interesting. Yeah, all the same, just another name. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello there, 408. I appreciate you. And that really makes sense to me about the aliens might be coming then. But yeah, the blue moon, May 31st. I'll look forward to seeing it. And Chris says advanced alien civilization might see humanity the way humans see developed AI, ant colony, or emerging market dangers, fascinating, unpredictable market dangers, fascinating, unpredictable potential. Heidi, Heidi, yes. Hello there, Heidi. So yeah, because they've existed for before this Earth probably was here. These things were around, and people are channeling them more easily in these situations. Yeah, yeah, and a lot of people like the have their heads in the sand, but more people are noticing weird things coming out the water, the oceans, and etc. Which I think is pretty cool. Let's see the moon right here. There's the moon. Sky is getting kind of more light right now. Okay, a little bit like this, and go here. Okay, Chris says aliens do not invade Earth because raw resource. They're everywhere in space. Asteroid contains absurd amounts of metals and energy. That is true. I mean, if anything, they could be attracted to like a moth to a flame about what resources we do have on Earth. That's something else people don't always think about. All right. Let's see. Over here. All right. So these plants. Okay. So Chris says conquering humans for gold or water would be like invading gas station to steal a bottle cap. Dramatic but economically stupid instead of humans themselves could be a resource. Yeah, no, because the human negative energy that they have. Right. I think that is also a factor in it too. Hilarious, Mace. Yeah. And Chris says instead, humans themselves could be a resource, not physically, psychologically. A species that evolved through chaos develops traits impossible to simulate perfectly. Yeah, they may have been, in a way, we may have been conditioned to think the way we think about things for the benefit of those entities that wanted to harvest our energies. Yeah, and because it's so precise. And I think that could be a factor in this thing that we have to take into consideration. Because so many people everywhere will. Yes, I agree, Mace. Yeah, and of course, not all these entities are probably bad, but the ones that are doing it are messed up. Yeah, the madness feeds them. Right. Chris says we are the most valuable asset to the cosmos possible. I know because I think about all these other planets. Like there's all kinds of right, like us, good and bad. Right. And madness, and because these things they want to absorb a lot of that stuff that people, the negative energies like wars, etc., negative feelings, they absorb it and it empowers them. It is very cool that we are, breaking this down because it's been talked about through different mythologies throughout centuries, and is more coming to light now. That's why I think evil people in these occults are indirectly being mediums from them. And I think humans are the most valuable asset. It would explain why these things from all over the universe are coming over here, because there's something here that they want, or other dimensions, wherever people think that they are. Chris says, imagine civilizations millions of years old. Their society may have become hyper efficient and stagnant. No conflict, no risk, no unpredictability. Eventually, no originality. Yeah, and that would just become a bunch of gray blobs at that point. Gray cogs in a machine. They have an issue with that where they wanted humans to be compliant, like in a Matrix. Yes, like Star Trek. Yes, yes. I think Star Trek and a lot of these movies and TV shows that we see were there to give us a preview about what was going to be happening later. I think that's exactly what the point of that was trying to convey. That it was subliminal messaging about what is actually there. Okay, imagine civilizations millions of years old. Their society may have become hyper efficient. Their society may have become stagnant. No conflict, no risk, unpredictability. Eventually, no originality. And live like 5,000 years on average. So they fake deleted people and see their lives. A cosmic retirement home with anti gravity chairs. Yeah, power that we would not believe. And I believe over time, there's going to be things we'll discover about this universe we could barely comprehend. We've talked about how big the universe is with its quintillion and quintillion sizes of black holes, how much a quintillion is. So we can really see how vast and big the universe is. So these things would be even more, incredible to, fathom the technology, the ways that they could do things. That's why if humans had the technology from these entities, they would be able to do things that, with free energy, etc. So yeah, it definitely be mind blowing, and they definitely would want to keep it secret and not tell everybody else about it, like the world governments. Chris says they see us like animals, but we are exception of their theories because even with all of our flaws, chaotic traits, we united. The time we acquire, we forget the differences. Oh yeah, absolutely, very true. Chris says humanity, meanwhile, is still wild, inventing AI, while arguing online about the flat Earth, splitting atoms before solving greedy, creating art during the war, destroying ecosystems while writing poetry about nature. It's certainly a contrast, that happens. And I think there's also a disconnect that occurs with a lot of people when dealing with these type of technologies. Indeed. All right. So May says we got manifesting power. That's why they need the covenants. Use the can not go ages free, and they will keep us in vice and our own editions, etc. Auctions. Oh, okay. Our own vices. Yeah, yeah. And humans are very powerful and do lots of things with our imagination and our creativity. Maybe other things can't do. Addictions, yes. Oh yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I I sometimes will see words and think it's something else, on my end. So yeah, the addictions. We get manifesting power and need vices. Go ages free, and they will keep us in out of their addictions. Yeah, a lot of times people with addictions in general. There's so many people who have addictions to things that are very unhealthy. There could be healthy addictions that people could have the use of something good, but a lot of times people will not have those healthy things. They'll use it for something negative. Like they'll do some internet addictions. They'll have all kinds of things that keeps them away from the spiritual aspect of themselves. While all these they're being profited off of, and money is being flown around. Also, people on the other side of things, the spiritual realm, it's taking advantage of it too. So be careful about these traps and snares that were set to cause us more problems. It's okay, Mace. It's all good. Thank you for participating. To advance species that contradict could be incredibly valuable data. Yeah, yeah. It's almost like they're causing the problem. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Usually like talking more than writing myself. I got used to it over time, but I usually like to talk. And Chris says, if emotions affects the quantum process dimensions or collect cognitive somehow, then civilization may harvest attention, emotional, intensify fear, hope, belief systems. Uh, okay, if emotions affect quantum process dimensions or collective cognition somehow, then civilizations may harvest attention, emotional, intensifying fear, hope, belief system. Yeah. So they put those systems there to further cause the manipulation of humanity to be harvested. I got you. Yeah, you're doing fine, mate. Yeah. The trick is the devil. Well, he'll say only tempted us when we choose it. Always mind you, that choosing we choose it in a way will be used as an agent in the end, and we are blamed for what we do. Yeah, and I believe we should be, given personal accountability about that. Because a lot of people do not take personal accountability about what they do, and they'll blame the devil or this or that. But we choose it, right? That there is a devil, and there's temptations that we can get, but we choose to act on it through our free will. So I think that taking personal accountability is very important. That most people do not take. Yeah. So it is humans in the end. That's why we have to be steadfast, and we got to remember at the end of the day that we're responsible for our own actions. Yes. And Chris says humans would unknowingly become participants in a larger cosmic ecosystem. I know, and humans can be manipulated emotionally, etc., into things. Like ideologically speaking, it could happen. Anywhere they could just it's like pulling puppet strings, and the people behind. It's kind of like when we're in the Truman Show in a way, right? So behind the scenes, that's what's happening. They're going and pulling out these different things and causing us possible more issues. But humans cause it on themselves, basically. Mesa, that's why the old knights were very careful what they say and do not manifest the bad vibrations. Yeah, yeah. I think words are powerful, and words have spells to them in a way. So with words, we have to be careful what we say or what we think, because the mind, what you say becomes reality, and your thoughts become your words, and your words become your actions. And they had the knights of chivalry. I even see this word chivalry. I said it right. Okay, those knights that practiced that had to be careful because they took those things very seriously. They had dignity and honor to them. Now everything doesn't really matter anymore. Sound can delete you at the correct vibration. Yes, yes. And there's different megahertz of vibrations that happen. So it is very important for people to understand that with even vibrations of sound can do it. Yes, Nana, I agree. People need to think about their consequences of actions and words. Definitely. Chris says advanced civilizations may see humanity as too unstable to engage with safely. Consider nuclear weapon. Tribal politics, misinformation, environmental destruction, obsession with status and profit. Yeah. Bruce Lee said to not let negative things don't think negatively about yourself as the body don't know the difference. Yes. Yes, to not think negatively about yourself. Absolutely. Because we have to think positive about ourselves and have a better reflection. Yeah. And very well said, Mace. And Chris said, words are the most powerful weapons, and people haven't realized yet, not only psychological, but spiritual dynamic. Hello, Mr. Bean. A nice lion picture. Very cool. And hello there. Welcome to the stream. And we're talking about philosophical concepts. Yeah. So those are some points that I think is true about civilization's decline and the people that are just doing it to themselves, and it is not good what they are doing. So very well said, chat. And it's good to have a time where people have an option to have free will to choose what they need to do, because a lot of times with people won't always accept whether they have that option, and sometimes the hardest thing to do is the right thing to do also. Hello, Maine. Glad to have you here. All right. Chris says it changes DNA structure, emotions. Don't believe me, but if you talk to a pregnant woman near the baby, the born child will understand even before capable of strong and mindset. Yes, and I think cats and dogs can understand us. So I think there is different logics to these types of a way we communicate, that words have meaning that is universally understood before we get programmed to think a certain way, one way or another. So, in a sense, it is really, humanity and also animals are very connected in abstract ways that we feel mostly would not ponder. Oh, I know about the plants with music. I know about the different plants with music. But at the same time, I am aware of the other plants. Like you can put these little prongs on a plant, and actually, this is something cool about plants. You can put prongs on a plant, or these like little like attachment things, and they will start singing. Like they'll start having music coming from them. So they give off musical frequencies, and if you play music for plants or talk to plants, they will do better. So that is something else that is quite interesting. So even plants, even all these things are all interconnected with each other. I like that type of factor. People just think it's random, and it's they're just things, but they're actually more complex than that. So yeah, very good concept, chat. I've heard about that before and do agree. And yeah, heavy metal causes them to grow slower, and the classical music or whatever would cause them to grow faster. It's fascinating to see what they can prove with the different types of sciences and things we have. Chris says it's something that works in the quantum level, the consciousness evolve, and you give them the blueprint of either success or fail. Right. Right. Definitely. Yeah, it's it's like a red pill or a blue pill. People can take different things that will cause them to be more successful or not. Very true. May says they also did a 30-year test eating food in France and high cholesterol diet. Ones that were happy eaters eating the same food and almost 90% of the mark. So up to not getting cholesterol or heart issues. Oh, you see? You see how the emotions are also connected with that too. Yeah, very good. Chris says, your words are the blueprint of your emotional feedback. You could project your thoughts into a plant, animals, babies before it's born. Yes. Yes. You can command these types of things very easily. And people just, that's why they get manipulated by the media and stuff to program in a different way that's not good. So keep happy, and so basically keep happy in his religion is said even a smile is charity. Yes, I agree with that. Smile is charity. I agree with that. That's good. And I think a smile could definitely make a day of someone people warm and nice. Yeah, it's free, as they say, kindness is free. So I think that is a very good one. Right there, indeed. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and the birds are out too, and they're very cool. In the morning. Yeah, yeah. You see different trees I have growing over here and over that way too. Yeah. So I think it's good to smile more. People can smile more often and be kinder to each other. It's good. But there's a cloud that's more pink looking. That's nice. Yeah. So I think every day is a gift, and it's important to have that in play. Right. Yeah. So definitely frowning and negative emotions are not, well, it could be good things to be used from it. Like if someone's like stressed or something, it could be used as a positive motivator to keep on doing something like fuel. It can be used in a positive way. But other types of emotions can be, not handled properly, will cause destruction of oneself. It does depend on how the person will view things and their interpretation of the events. May says, we say they're singing to God for the life force of food. I like that. That's a nice way to think, because I believe that's true in a way. That you know God provides to the birds of the air, just like in my religion, it says how the birds of the air do not worry or anything because they trust in God for their food and their existence. And we should be the same like the birds and the different trees and stuff. Yeah. We have a similar concept too. And Chris says, speaking about it, some scientists did experiment about plants development. They played Mozart classical music to one plant, another only as use bad words and cuss words, and they simultaneously. That'd be interesting to see how. I'm sure that the classical music did better over the negative one. Yeah. It also talk gentle to Christian as they're closest to you in faith. Very true. Oh, I appreciate that. Yes, and that's very nice. And yes, and as I think it's good for to view things in a positive way in life, and love thy neighbor as thyself, etc. Yeah. And Chris says, guess the outcome which the plant did evolve to grow beautiful and which one didn't flourish. So I would say that probably the one with the cuss words and stuff didn't do as well as the one with the Mozart music, in my opinion. All right. And yeah, and we have so much time on our hands, and a lot of time people have very little time, but there's so much time, but then a lot of things don't really happen or come of it. So that's another crisis that people will also have to see. All right, it depends and which more about energy and tension. Like Tupac is better than Eminem. Okay, yeah, I like both of them, and they both came from different time periods, so somewhat different time periods, and different messages. Now, a Tupac definitely is a classic, and he's one of the OGs. And I do think that Tupac was, I saw some new things about the case of Tupac and his death. I think his assassination really. It seems that the Suge Knight may have been involved in it, and the police may have been involved in it, and there is some of his family talking out about it. So there seems to be some more things discovered in that case that So all this is alleged thing because they're in front of the hotel, and all that seems to be a very suspicious situation because he was exposing things, and what we call the Illuminati or the the shadow government or the industry being corrupted. Those are definitely things that I think are very true, that are going on here because Eminem, as I said, he has good motivational tracks and entertainment ones too, and he was wild during this Slim Shady time period also. So yeah, it's certainly with Joe rap is something that happens nowadays, and mumble rap or something, not Joe rap, mumble rap. That's a lot of people think that's kind of far out. It's like they don't really like say anything, just go. Right. Oh, the energy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Understood. Yeah, and the results were outstanding. See how even creative. Oh, we have a possum coming. There's a possum right there. Okay, so let's see. It depends more about energy and tension and Tupac better than Eminem. Okay, true story how projecting good stuff and amazement. Okay, and the odd outclass better depend on which classic Beethoven is more negative than Mozart. Oh, okay, yeah, because some of them can be negative. Talking about the pew pew and gangster don't think would make nobody grow from birth, but in the ends of the fine message and frequency. Okay, May says, but it depends on play on some old music uh, backwards or feel the vibe, not always the words alone. Yes, it does depend on what you feel off of the different music. You know, the feeling you get off something, like say a place or a thing or an object, it depends on what vibes you get from it. So if you get some vibe from something that isn't really good, depending on the lyrics, you know, the aura of it, I call it, is something very different or negative or bad over something else. Yeah, I agree. I think music's a powerful thing. Oh, you like the possum? Yeah, he's cute. Earlier there was Claude earlier, and he was running around, and he visited us for a few minutes, and he went away somewhere else. No bubbles so far. Right, Chris said, I believe classic music will most definitely improve more psychological spectrum. Yes, yes. I think that some music is like wicked, and it could condition you. There's something called MK Ultra, where they had this government organization that was able to promote these negative contexts to people. You know, they're trying to use mind control after the Korean War, and they use unsuspecting Americans with LSD to brainwash them into things. So the music industry may still have people do songs and stuff that make you think a certain way, and maybe evil, negative energies that make people think or do certain things, or they're gonna do it anyway. But it's like fuel to the fire, basically. Right. Right. I like even R&B is secretly negative. Play it heavy metal, it sounds demonic. It's all about the testing. Yes, general is you're careful. And that's where we're saying the devil can seem a lie, an angel comes from. Yeah. You know, the devil can appear as an angel of light and deceive people. Yeah. So that is absolutely true in that context. When you have so many agents of the devil doing these things where you have subliminal messages all over music industries, Hollywood, and they're encouraging bad things in society, especially things about over drinking or uh, doing violence to other people, stuff like that. Things to be done for entertainment purposes. I think like I could listen to something and not do it, right? But there could be a possible MK Ultra thing to try to promote bad things in society to make it go downhill, or violence really against other people. Like there's these, the Fulio trial recently where these people were did this gang violence and they were going to jail for a long time for murder. And they just wasted their entire lives to have beef with another gang member in a rap group. And I think those things are just self destructive behavior put there to control the population and cause our own self destruction because the devil comes to seek and destroy the ruin of souls. He roams the earth like a lion. Yes, exactly, Mace. Right. They want to promote that in the society. And all those I said, people could watch an action movie, right? Or watch some movie about something I think is okay, or listen to something for whatever reason. But I think there's people that are susceptible to normalizing behavior that's not good, or looking at, for instance, like say that this is cool, right? Of this violent stuff, and the other stuff is not cool of living a life like a normal person, right? They'll try to use propaganda to try to get people to buy into it. And guess what? All these people making lots of money off it. Lots of money off it they're making. So it's a very concerning situation, indeed. All right. Boss says Lucifer, angel, celestial, Beelzebub, angel. They are light beings powered by and Mother's Moon. Hello there, boss. Glad you're still with us. And yeah, it's really the celestial beings that are out there, not always guiding humanity to the righteous path. Right. And Chris says, Heavy chaotic sound at high volume can overstimulate infants because nervous system are still wiring themselves together. And Chris says tiny humans are basically unfinished biological operating systems with emotional sirens attached. Yeah, yeah. It's almost like humans were not ready or something for the technology we have, and we just went all over the place in a negative way with it. There are people that did positive things with it, and as I said, people listen to a song or look at something on a TV. It's not bad, but if there's people, just the society trying to normalize behavior, I'm against. And there might be people that might be more acceptable to it, but really my thing is normalizing behavior that's not good. Then again, it's what sells. It's like what Chris and I were talking about before about money, right? It's like when uh, people will trade food for a shiny piece of gold. People will trade iron and everything for a little piece of gold. People will sell their time, the most valuable thing, for a piece of paper. So people have collectively put a value on something. And I will say this in defense of everybody: what sells is the type of violent media and the bad negative media that's out there. It sells. So there's something wrong with our society in general that's causing this to be a normal thing, which also goes to human nature. But yes, that is my thing that I have an issue with, that I want to bring awareness about. Boss says Celestial behind Freemasons have guided mankind's grooments for far too long. I agree with you. The Freemasons and those different secret societies have guided humanity into darkness, definitely, for too long, and they only cared about themselves and all the wars they can start to make money. Like you could have, you know, these lobbying in different banks, like over here and then over there, and they both are friends with each other, and they fund the war on both sides. Yes, absolutely, Mace. Well said. And in a way, it seems like it, but it definitely seemed like it could be. And animals absolutely respond to music. Cows produce more milk under calming music. Dogs calm down with soft classical music. Birds react to melodic complexity. Hello, General. Good to see you. Chris says elephants show rhythmic mes- uh, memories. Memories. Some primates recognize the beat structure. Ah, okay. So even the animals and plants all recognize music. The sky's a little bit more clear than it usually has been. That's good. So, General, good morning to you. May says there's a surah in the Quran called the cow. The cows will move toward you when you put it on. Oh, interesting. And, I think a lot of times in these situations that, animals and stuff are connected to spirituality, and which is also expressed through the musical, rhythmic type beats and stuff like that. It is important for people to understand, like, if you have like a animal, they'll know that you're sick, right? And they'll go sit in your chest, if you're having a heart attack. And that's what some cats do. And there are also cows, they can purr. I think I saw something about the cows purring. Uh, and they could definitely act playful, because I saw some information about that. So it is really cool to see the different links and different cultures and societies have with animals and philosophies about this. Very interesting. Oh, okay, understood. Mace. Have a good day, Mace. Have a blessed day. Thank you for hanging out with us in this very interesting discussion. Yeah, and maybe the cow swallowed a cat. Scared. He would have a fur ball then. You know what, a bot? I would probably not put it past an alien spider to do that. I would not doubt that for a second. A long-haired cat, the name is Furball. Oh, those long-haired cats are floofy. Very floofy. Indeed. Yeah, so Floofy the cat. I'm serious, because there's cats that are like very floofy. And morning, one love. Welcome to the stream. Australians have so many spiders because it's rent free over there. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm gonna go to Australia one day. I have some friends in the outback in other parts of Australia. Well, I have a lot of my subs are from there, and there's people I know there. So I like to go to New Zealand and Australia one day. I had a half sister that lived there for a long time, but she lived in like the city part. Yeah, for real. Yeah, scared. Imagine me going live from the outback, and you see just a bunch of red sand. It's like a garden live, but it's a bunch of red sand. Chat would be confused. Chat would be very confused. I don't know. One love. They may be honest to an extent. Maybe they could give some information that's valuable, but a lot of it might be nonsense from Timu and Sheen. So we gotta beware because the alien files that are released so far have some interesting information in it. It's not too groundbreaking, but there's lots of interesting info in there that I definitely do like. Bot says, I heard from someone that a spider jumped on his face in the pool and it traumatized him for life. Well, I don't blame him. It definitely will be traumatizing for life, indeed. Absolutely. Yes, they could be evil entities. Thank you, mods. I appreciate you. Yes, to an extent, but the problem of automatic departments and contract us. Oh, hey, Ben. Welcome back. Right. Do you think the government is going to project Blue? Yes, I think it's possible. Project Bluebeam may be an option. Yes. Project Bluebeam is a fake alien invasion. We're talking about, Ben, we've been talking about human society and its collapse and like why society is going downhill. And we're talking some more about, I guess, some recent alien news. But we were talking about some other things earlier about like society collapsing and manipulation control that people that happens. And the only reason why the government is coming out with the UFO files is because it's obvious that they cannot hidden anymore. Everyday life, almost like watching a helicopter every day in the world. Yeah, there's a point where the reason why they are right, exactly. The reason why they're doing that in the world, yeah, is that some aliens are evil and some aliens aren't. Yeah, because there's a point where they couldn't hide it anymore about the aliens. Spiders talk, yeah. Scared, saw scared. So I can't believe people still need approval from the government to believe narrative when it's plain obvious in front of them. No more classified when it's already above your head. Yeah, it's scared. When people are all over the place seeing these UFOs everywhere, it's no longer a secret. People are seeing these entities in the sky, and it's causing them, lots of, traumatic issues. Aliens have planets, yes. If they're interdimensional beings, they just live in another realm that isn't a planet, or there might be from Earth. A lot of UFOs come from Earth too. If you are scared, remember to take a spider with you. Yeah, yeah. And the Planian worm is immortal. They don't die. If you cut them in half, they become two equal memory. Very interesting. Right, things we've already yeah, yeah. Things that we've already seen. Right. They're confirming that things we've already seen are true. Not that we need their approval, but it's very fascinating that they're talking about them. Now that's more believable narrative. They could be diabolical entities, but how can we be so sure they aren't coming in goodwill? There's a theory that they've not destroyed us yet, and they would have done it already, and maybe they're here to try to help us. That's another possibility. I know we have not explored all of the Earth. That is true. Okay, and let's get this right here. Aliens are squids which can color deep in the oceans. And octopus were intelligent and could be aliens associated with creatures because everything came from the ocean. I think it makes sense. What I mean. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean, Ben. And I think they've tampered with a bunch of creatures and entities throughout history. They've done a lot of stuff like that. Ben, I wouldn't be too worried about it, all right? I think that they're trying to do some, fear mongering to get people to be afraid of things. Use proper caution, you know, wash your hands, etc. Be alert, be alert about it, but don't be too concerned. But, be okay, I'm more interested in deep ocean and space. Yeah. Hantavirus won't spread on like China. Yeah. And plus, space doesn't need to be unlocked. Something found in the oceans. Yeah, kings and conquerors didn't never care about Earth, not from past, either the current times. They just sucking dry from their minerals and resources until the monopolies they can make and keep repeating it. Yes, it's caused by rats and rodents, and it's caused by it's distantly connected to bats too, but it's mostly rodents. Yeah, we don't really know what's in the oceans. We don't really know what's all in the oceans exactly, only based off of what we're told about them. That is another factor too. Yeah, the oceans are indeed full of strange creatures. Yeah, yeah. I know, like, what are they hiding? And a lot of UFOs apparently come from the oceans. So it's like, what exactly are they hiding in the oceans? That's what I want to know. Those can explode. Yes, yes. And Chris says history eventually keeps repeating itself until someone in charge changes the status quo and explains the polarization world view until they have found another way to get Mars and a thing once again. Yes, yes. I know, but why don't they work on equipment that can handle it? Because eventually we have to go down there and see what's going on. So it's definitely something that we need to see at some point, although it'd be difficult to go down there. Yes, I do agree that you improve mindset and emotion. Yes. Human greed is endless. Yeah, true. Love says they actually do explore the oceans. Most of the cables from the communication are buried in there. Yeah, that is very true, and that's why I wonder if what they know about the oceans they don't tell us. But yeah, there are communication. The communication are buried under the ocean. Yes. What you do if you encounter with a humanoid creature with advanced tech? Would you communicate with it? It depends. I mean, I might be put in a situation to communicate with it. It depends. If I felt that it was something to communicate with, I would. Or if not, I wouldn't because I wouldn't want to be tricked by a bad entity. So it depends on the circumstances. Oil or gold, yeah, that'll be good to know. Yeah, that'll be good to know. I think that it's possible that aliens, extraterrestrials, created the pyramids, or they were there in the in the first place. Yeah. So they could have been there already for some sort of balancing out the Earth's magnetic field or an energy source. But I do definitely think that the aliens created them or helped create them, or the Nephilims helped build it, because it could have been an energy source at one time. Yes, yes. Hopefully they don't. They don't hate us, and they want to help us. Yes. Pressure of the bottom can exceed 1,000 times atmospheric pressure. One structure mistake and the vessel implodes. One Love says, I was once told if you want peace, prepare for war, and I thought about North Korea. Is that is this our answer? Well, I think we should be prepared for anything, but have peace as our main priority. Exploring the deep sea is expensive. Governments and corporations often see more profit in orbit than the abyssal mud and glowing nighttime shrimp. Nightmare shrimp, yes. Humans might have built it, but who wanted them to build it, though? And why would they be spread all over a bunch of continents? So if you either aliens wanted humans to build it, or they helped them in some way, and they may have had alien genetics in them to begin with. You see, you don't understand, Bot. They had alien genetics to begin with. So either way, the aliens had something to do with it, in my opinion. Ironically, space is sometimes easier to explore than the deepest ocean because of space lacks one thing: humans' consistent undermine pressure. Yeah, I do think. Well, we do have cameras and sonar and stuff to explore, but it would be not as easy. But you are right, Chris. You are right. But at the same time, I do think they're hiding stuff from us too, in my opinion. Arrogant kings. Okay, interesting. For a long time, people thought slaves built them, but modern research shows that they were actually built by skilled workers, laborers, and craftsmen who were paid and lived nearby work villages. Yes, Ben, that is a mainstream narrative, correct. Take Bay Tower, for example. It's a mystery for China Wall. Yes. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And you see, all that stuff is like interconnected if you really look through the history about it. Definitely. Right. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, it's a little bit foggy, but right there is kind of like a sunrise situation. That's what it looks like. If you only prepare for war, eventually war becomes the peace. True peace is built with wisdom, not just weapons. Yes. Preparing for war may prevent conflict, but preparing for understanding prevents enemies. Very wise. This is my backyard. Yeah. Very nice birds. Humans claim they want peace while funding better ways to destroy each other. Most wars begin with people insisting they are defending peace. That's what Anakin Skywalker said too. I don't smoke anything. I'm not against people that smoke anything. There's people here that smoke. They're fine. But I personally don't smoke anything. But people do, what they want to do. It's okay. All right. Chris said, preparedness matters, but diplomacy determines whether preparation is ever tested. A nation survives through balances, strengths, and intelligence and restraint. Bot says, did you know that Austrian painter waged war for Britain, provoked him, and Germany was poor and couldn't pay reparations for World War One? Now it doesn't excuse like bad behavior for people to do evil things and stuff, but yeah, Germany was in a depression because of the war reparations of the Treaty of Versailles, and the Reichmark, or it might just be called the mark, went to hyperinflation and it was worth nothing during World War One. Right. Which was not good. It doesn't mean what they did was necessarily the right thing to do during World War II, but yes, they were lots of hyperinflation, and like bread was like $1 billion or something ridiculous. So yeah, there was some definitely hardships over there. Yeah. Oh, look who it is. Let's see. It's Claude. Right here. I am related to all the European countries, by the way. I have no problems with any of Europe. I'm related to all European countries. First, I know you weren't talking about me, but here's Claude. And Queen Elizabeth said her Diana weren't exactly human. Yeah, there's the reptilians. The people think that the royalty is involved with some of these elite stuff that we talk about. The British people are fine, but yeah, some people have problems with the royal family specifically. I'm related to all of the United Kingdom. I'm related to England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Yes, exactly, boss. Exactly. Yeah, I was just clarifying your point to the other users. Sometimes being a hero or evil just depends on your side of the other perspective. Sometimes being hero evil, it just depends on the perspective. Let's see. I honestly think that countries without exceptions are evil. It just happens. Yeah, the Swisses are the Swiss are always very, usually neutral in most conflicts. I hear the roosters. I think with Abraham Lincoln, he was trying to reunite the country, and because the country broke away, the South broke away from the North, and the for various reasons, including uh, apparently slavery too, also was a big reason, along with other reasons too, allegedly. And what happened was Lincoln wanted the country to be reunited together. Slavery wasn't really like the biggest thing until later, and then they had slavery abolished completely. But Lincoln had slavery legal in his different parts of his territory that stayed loyal to him, and other parts that didn't stay loyal to him, slavery was abolished. And then eventually they ratified anti-slavery laws, but it was really the South was breaking away, and they assassinated Lincoln because people. It was actually a Northerner that assassinated him, John Wilkes Booth, because they wanted the South to be its own country. But the problem is, if you have the United States broken in two different pieces, it's not really that good, And like the Cold War, the World War I, World War II would have been very different if America wasn't a united country. The South would be reliant on Europe, and it would be like North Korea, most likely. It would be a North Korean type of situation. And yeah, and the South wouldn't have modern. The South wouldn't have modern technology. Like, I mean, it had modern technology, but it wouldn't have like iPhones and different devices like that. It would just be reliant on foreign countries. I personally think, in my opinion, a country being the United States would be the best version of it. Yeah, question everything's important. Oh, the cat's name is Claude. Well, by his. Yeah, good morning. Hope you had a divine weekend. Oh, yeah, that's very nice. Yeah. Well, only by stopping war can humanity advance instead of greed. Well, only stopping war can humanity advance instead of greed. Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, hilarious. One love. Yeah, and let's see. By the way, can anyone tell me the name of the planet which is most similar to Earth? I don't know it off the top of my head necessarily. I know it's out there. I know there was something called that. There is Kepler 452b, is a cousin of Earth. Kepler 186f is the first Earth-sized planet, and Proxima b is closest exoplanet to us. All right. Chris says, if everyone prepares for war forever, when does peace actually begin? Maybe humanity keeps preparing for war because it never learned how to prepare for peace. That's possible too. I do think there are people that are just not going to have peace, that people have their own selfish motives. But it is also true that yeah, people are just going to be bad anyway. I think there's going to be evil people in general, but we definitely could do better as a species. Like, just some people are just going to choose to be bad. But we do need to prepare better for peace or whatever. Hey, thank you, chat. Everybody. Okay, so Chris says, is the most similar environment that resembles Earth, but they. Okay. Well, okay. One Love says, my personal opinion is thus: my children took martial arts for protection and discipline. Their peace is in knowing that they are better prepared. That is absolutely true. We need to know that our peace is better prepared. Very true. Very true. And well, if talk about the mastermind will be political, so I tend to avoid it since the YouTube just okay. Mankind is not holding their government accountable, and the problem. I think God brought COVID-19 to make Earth the rest from the population from pollution, rather. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it was put there intentionally by people that made it in a laboratory or something. Right. I agree, Nan. It was not made by a god at all. I agree, Nan. Yeah, it was made by, first of all, God doesn't make things like that. And the second thing is that God, you know, it was not him, it was humans that, in my opinion, created that. Well, and my fact, yeah, like it was definitely created by Wuhan. Yeah. The ultimate aim of the Cracket lies is victory over defeat, but the perfection of character. Well, I know it has its pros and cons. Like, you get something good come out of something bad, but with the air pollution, you know, it's the Earth does have its own cycles and things like that, and it's kind of like there could be pros and cons about a house burning down, maybe, but it's not really a good thing to have a house burned down. There's lots of people that weren't able to do anything and go out and do what they usually do and see their relatives. So it just, I think that the cons outweigh any kind of pros that are there. I mean, for instance, met a lot of people on YouTube through live streams during COVID-19, which was really good. I mean, but I understand it was still a bad situation. That something good came out of something bad. Right. All right, Chris says someone can learn martial arts and still become violent. Narcissistic, power hungry, skill mongers characters. Yes, absolutely. Maybe the governments put them there. The governments put the viruses there to stop the people. I believe that the government had more power, I'd say, because they're able to have this totalitarian, thing come around to get people locked up. And all the people, the government officials, had no masks on airplanes, seeing each other. Like you had the Lizard Queen, and you had all the other people hanging out, like the Canadian Timu Prime Minister, and all the other people just hanging out with each other with masks on, but everyone else is forced to wear masks. I do agree with you that a virus can stop it, in hypothetically, but it's possible that something messed up can occur, which to the people, it affected the people more than it affected them. I think, in my opinion. And don't forget about big pharma too. But very, interesting point. Thank you for your statement. Karate empty hands. Okay. Okay, One Love says it's like with control burns, they sort of protect as well as simulate new growth, even though it looks bad. Okay, One Love, thank you for your philosophical analogy. Nice. 350 million Americans are afraid, or handful of government humans. Are afraid of a handful of government humans. Yeah, boss, that's a good question. There's more of us than there are of them. That's true. Oh, hello, Pepe. Hello there. Well, and then why plant it in China if true it was intentional? In China, they started in there's a lab in Wuhan. Okay, they had this stupid thing about bats, and like people were eating a bat soup, and they're saying that people ate bat soup, and that it transmitted to people. It's really like and they had a video of it happening. There was a lab in Wuhan where they were doing experiments on diseases and stuff. And it either got loose on mistake or on purpose, like a bioweapon. The cause, like you remember, those big pharma got really, lots of money. They had lots of from this thing. The economy collapsed. People lost their jobs and their livelihoods, and all these big corporations with Netflix, etc., got more money. It was just a big scheme, like we're talking about Germany with their inflation of the Weimar Republic, right? It was a Weimar Republic move that they were doing, right? So if it was done on purpose, it was for all that, right? Yeah, boss says COOF 19 was patented in the U.S. Patent Office 1 year before release. In bot, you can be truly dumb if you want bot. It's your business, but it is absolutely true about what we're saying here is that it is truly logical and reasonable, a logical outcome here. That's what happened. And hello, Poppy. Good morning. Thank you, mods. Appreciate you all very much. Okay. A nice way to flip it around. Okay. So, yeah, it is dumb to eat bats. Absolutely. But the thing is, though, they weren't eating bats at all, most likely. It was a situation that they were doing where it was not really bats at all. It was technically something else. But that is the thing, because it's hard to transmit something from animal to a human. And so that is what happened with the coof. Yeah. The different cultures eat weird things. Good morning, Lori. Appreciate you. You're not offending me. You were offended by what I said, and that's your problem. And Chris says public narrative manageable. Leaders shape stories. People believe freedom and security. Enemies prosper for a crisis. Whoever controls the narrative often controls reaction. Yeah, I agree. because it's all smoke and mirrors, like the Wizard of Oz. That's true, boss, because people could be independent, do their own research, and connect with people online, and not listen to what the the lamestream media says. Problem reacting solution. We have a parakeet in the chat, Lee. Okay, but thank you, Poppy, for saying your point. A very good point. Later, later, alien. I have a good one. Oh, General, good morning to you. Have a blessed day. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Yeah, you were. I heard that you were a parrot. Yeah, you gotta just take some deep breaths. Thank you, mods. Appreciate it. Okay, now I wasn't offended. It was just shocking by eating bats, so I just said without completing my words. All right, bat. I mean, what? Okay, bot. Okay, bot. Understood. Be a good bot, and you won't go to the shadow realms. Because I run a tight ship. Scared. I hear you, bot. You know, if we're talking about the Germany inflation. If you keep apologizing, it's going to be inflation apology, right? So we're gonna move on now. So in this situation with the coof, there's, I said, a lot of people in China. It looked pretty bad though. Yeah, a lot of people that were dropping like flies everywhere, and they were dropping like flies, and people were getting deleted. I also, like we were following in the streets and stuff, and if we had something like thank you, Moz, very much, thank you. The bubonic plague happened. Okay, so I'll tell you, if there's a pandemic that really was real, that was the bubonic plague. All right, to Shadow Realm you go. Adios. All right, so thank you, Chris. Scared. And anyway, so as I was saying with Koof 19, it looked really bad in China, but if you saw a real pandemic, what they would do is, in these circumstances, people would be falling in the streets as everywhere would be being deleted everywhere. The grocery stores would not be stocked. The electricity would go out. You would have no water. It would be like a hurricane hit the whole world, and there would be looting and chaos. So that didn't happen. So it wasn't really that bad, right? But some people were getting sick, but it was people that get sick and pass away and stuff. Yes, but whatever happened, it wasn't like what they were saying it was. And some people think it was like completely a hoax. Some people think that. And oh, hello, Cherry. No, Cheryl. Nice name. I think I said it right. And welcome to the stream. And that is what happened with that situation. It was so not what they were, a true pandemic. Now, over in China, they were blowing people in their homes, etc., and it looked like it was going to get bad over here. Either we have better health infrastructure here, or something where it wasn't as bad. But they had the mask thing happen, and when the mask thing occurred, people were just all over the place, you know, with them. And a lot of times it became a symbol of submission to the authorities. It became later, right? At first, it seemed like they're trying to protect from the coof, but then it was actually not really the coof. And then it really was like a plandemic and a scamdemic, right? All right, so look at the blue sky. Blue sky. It's been a long time since we've seen a blue sky on this live stream. One love. Have a fantastic, blessed day. Thank you for hanging out with us. We always appreciate you. This looks almost like Windows Bliss. You know, it looks like kind of the Windows wallpaper. The sun is just kind of incognito right now. It's over. It would be like really bright right now, but you know, it's kind of like incognito. During lockdown periods, many giant tech delivery companies grew massively while local businesses collapsed. Crisis tends to reward scale infrastructure than the machine eats the smaller machine. Oh, thank you, Lori. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Brilliant. Well, very brilliantly said. Hey, let's see how the sun's doing. Yeah, you see shout out to Claude. Yeah, you see the clouds are covering the sky, so we're not gonna like see the sun exactly. So because it would be out by now. But anyway, that's where we usually see it. Yeah, Claude has been guarding the garden. He's been doing well with that. He's been being a genius. Okay, so yes, so I said the sun's incognito, but still we have the trail here. And there's a lot of birds. I'll say we have lots of birds. Oh, Nan, you too, and you have a blessed day, and hope everything goes well with the prayers for the eye doctor. Okay, so thank you for modding. Appreciate you very much. Okay. Now, okay, we have something happening here. Look at that. That's the sun, sort of, right there. Chris says during emergency, governments gain temporary powers, movement restrictions, and surveillance energy funding, health mandates, border controls, and sometimes those powers fade afterward. Yep. And a lot of times, the government wants to keep their powers. A lot of times, sometimes they don't fully disappear. History shows crisis often accelerates systems that already want to exist. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't fully. It's like a stain that doesn't fully go away. In a way, yeah. They had biometric screening on cameras monitoring all over the quantum computing, and yet still crimes are in rise. Doesn't make sense. Nope, makes no sense at all. It makes Timu sense. You know, there's no sense in Timu sense. Yeah. They had screening cameras, biometric screening, and monitoring all over the quantum computing. Yeah. Yes, Jeanette, it makes sense to them. Yeah. It makes perfect sense to them. Yeah, it's this way. Right here. Oh, thank you, Sabro. Oh yeah. Well, thanks. Thanks for all the likes, everybody. Appreciate it. That's the sun coming up. Either the government are with the bad guys, or they are incompetents. Yeah, I definitely agree. Scared. The government is the bad guy. That's the point of the Epstein files. Trials coming up sooner near you. Yeah, I mean that would be great to see some trials of the Epstein files. Yeah, because it's very messed up what they did with that. Because so many because they were with those demonic entities, and they were trying to stop everybody from getting the truth about what's happening, and we see all these elites and people in the establishment involved in it. So definitely shows you about that nonsense with what they're doing is very wicked indeed. Digital tracking and biometric systems also expanded during COOF pandemic. Yeah. Yeah, so shout out to even it's like a Timu sunrise, it's still a sunrise. The government is a structure with lots of branches, not just one person. Doesn't make sense without a main character pulling the strings. I believe the government is just corrupt and profits from the bad guy. Yeah, it is corrupted, and they do like to profit from those things, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, Vatican and Rome makes sense. Chris says they are evil team conspiring to destroy society. They are evil team conspiring to destroy society development. European countries were formed by the backing of the Vatican. This goes back, way back. Watch what unfolds. Yeah, shout out to the UFOs. Scared. It said Jeffrey Epstein's plane in the chat. Scared. It must be a Palm Beach Pete. Scared. And Chris says, I don't had evidence against the Vatican. I couldn't agree or disagree with your theory. Well, definitely the Vatican, throughout history, it's been, a very long time it's been there. It's been, and they did definitely stop these things from happening. I definitely think they're probably involved with this stuff, indeed, in my opinion. Yeah, well, there you go. Exactly. That would make things suspicious about Epstein. So we're seeing our sunrise. You're just a plane. You're not, in my opinion, you're not just any plane. You're a plane that has a Texas Instrument calculator and a individual named Jeff that is the talk of the town recently. It's like a firearm didn't do the bad deed, but a firearm still it's not a firearm is a firearm, but it depends on which hands it's in. Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. Boss, that is true. Yeah, I went through the files. Yeah. The Vatican has its. I mean, boss. There's churches that have been closed down where I am because of those things priests do sometimes that are not good. It's really ridiculous. I agree, boss. It's divine truth. Okay, Chris, I like you. Very great philosophical discussions. Take care. Thank you for hanging out with us. Have a blessed day. Scared. There you go, Chris. Scared. 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 My pleasure, Chris. Right. So that is the sun. Is the sunrise. It's like we've seen a sunrise even during the cloudy days. It still looks good in the broken mirror. The sunshine even looks good in the cloudy sky. Yeah, and these are some lucky clovers right here. Yeah, see you later, Chris. Yeah. Shout out to you, Saw Girl. She says, um, "Have a great day, mostly. Thank you for last couple hours." Facts, absolutely. Yeah, and also, shout out to you, Saw Girl. Appreciate you very much in the chat. Very cool. Yeah, and you also have a great day too, Saw Girl. Uh, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. All right. Look, that looks monstrous right there. Scared. Looks like some ambient things about to happen with that sky. Scared. 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 Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff to think about. Where these specific ones are really fascinating right here. A lot of people like these in the stream. A lot of people like these in the stream, and viewing it from there. Yeah, so definitely with these different trees, they house lots of these birds. And the elderberry one, it still has not bloomed yet, but they're about going to bloom at some point. I we have this here. And this way, yeah. So, yeah, definitely very cool. Now, see, it's definitely very cool to walk in nature, and it's very peaceful. I like how we have different things coming along nicely. Like as I said over here, we have some squash and some pumpkins and squash coming up right here. Sometimes I hear ducks, but I don't know. I don't really see them though. That sounds like a duck to me, but I don't really know what it is. And yeah, so that's where those are coming up nicely. It's it really is something nice, like see like a pumpkin patch like they have around like Halloween is a nice feature because it's always nice to have that because it's a nice fall crop. Like in fall it's when it completely blooms. Yeah, and said right here is the nice, other pumpkin plant at this point. Lori, yeah, that's okay. You just listen to background. That's right. And I hope you have a very good day with what you have to do. Okay. Yeah, I'm just like just talking to myself, pretty much, uh, randomly. But thank you for letting me know. And you see, these are some nice like yellow flowers I've seen for quite a while. Yeah, and the sun is getting high. That's good. Really cool. It's it's really have a lot of birds and bees. Definitely lots of birds and bees come here to pollinate different things around here. But it helps the pumpkins because the pumpkins can only be really fertilized when the bees and stuff come in them. You know, I mean, well, what I meant by that is when the bees pollinate them. That's what I meant to say. And you see right here we have our plants being weeded out, so it doesn't really, they're not really taken over by other things. The morning dew has set in. Now the sun is just kind of hiding behind the clouds, but it's just kind of lurking, and it's sort of coming out, but not really. Okay, all right. So at this point, I want to go in and do like the other part and almost be finished. So let's go. Be right back. All right. Now we'll be going to the other parts of this. Let's see. All right. So, yeah, it is definitely very cool to have the various things in the garden. We are nice watching them together as we talk about various different conspiracy theories and stuff. Okay. So let's go here. Okay, so we're going to talk about a cryptid. That'd be pretty cool. And that'll be that. Let's see, right there. Did pretty good tonight. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, so there's something called the Wolfman that we've heard about on the show before, and it is a spooky cryptid that I think doesn't always get mentioned as much. But it's not like a werewolf, but it's kind of similar to that. So getting into what that is. Dogman is a cryptid typically described as a 7-10 foot tall bipedal creature with the head of the wolf and the torso of a man. Unlike traditional werewolves, which humans that transform during the full moon, Dogman was believed to be permanent biological entity that never takes human form. Appearance often described as having scared. Often described as having muscular human-like limbs, piercing blue or amber eyes, and snout filled with large teeth. Locomotion. It is said to be able to run on all fours like a dog or stand and walk upright like a human. Behavior. Reported encounters often mention a human like scream or a shriek and tendencies to stare intensely at witnesses of the edge of the forest. The Michigan Dogman, one of the most famous versions with sightings dating back to 1887 in Wexford County. It gained national fame in 1987 when a radio DJ named Steve Cook released a song called Legend as an April Fool's joke, only to have hundreds of people call in their sightings and reports. So we've heard about them on the show before, and there's definitely them. We have this other one called Beast of Bray Road, a similar creature reported in Elkhorn, Wisconsin, investigated heavily by author Linda Godfrey. Witnesses described a 6 to 7 foot tall wolf like beast often seen scavenging roadkill or kneeling in fields. Born in canid humanoid hybrid, human curse or bitten. So a dog man, his origin is born as a canid humanoid hybrid. A werewolf is a human that is either bitten or cursed. Transformation. A dogman is permanent, does not change. Werewolf changes during lunar events. Tail often reported to have a tail,
usually lacks a tail. So the Dogman has a tail, Wolfman usually lacks a tail. Of 50 likes, shout out to 50 likes. It's really cool. The Rougarou is a legendary werewolf-like creature from the Cajun or Creole folklore, southeastern Louisiana, and name variant of the French word werewolf, loup garou. No, it's rug. It's go. It's loup garou. That's what it is. Scared. Typically described as having a human body with the head of a wolf or a dog, often with glowing red eyes. Habitat is said to prowl swamps, bayous, and sugar fields and the different regions of the state in cities. Curse. Unlike modern cinematic werewolves, the Rogoro is often a result of a curse or spell. In some legends, the transformation lasts 101 days. The Lent warning. A common version is a tale that suggests the Catholics who fail to follow the rules of Lent 7 consecutive years will be transformed into a Rogoro. And, I must be, I guess, maybe every single night that I went live, um, maybe I could have been one of those things too. Scared. Yeah. Breaking the curse. The creature can supposedly return to human from drowning blood from a victim. If you discover a person is a Rogoro, you must keep the secret for a year and a day and tell. If you tell anyone sooner, you will become one yourself. Let's see. 13 Stones Defense. It is said that you can protect your home by placing 13 small objects like pennies or stones in your doorstep. Legend claims the Rogoro cannot pass 12 and will spend the entire night unsuccessfully trying to count them until the sun comes up. Difference from Dogman. While similar, Rogoro is traditionally shape-shifting human, tied to the French Cajun cultures, the taboos and curses. Dogman is more commonly viewed as a permanent biological cryptid found primarily in Midwestern U.S. like Michigan. Okay. While the Midwest is often called the epicenter of modern America, werewolf lore that the Western United States has its own history of the upright, candid, and shapeshifter sightings, often blending European werewolf legends with indigenous American traditions. Yellowstone National Park. Observers have reported an unclassified large bipedal canid in and around the park for decades. Witnesses described a 6 foot tall that looked like a stretched gray wolf with usual long limbs and a large head. North California mountains. Hikers in the remote Northern California wilderness have reported encounters with wolf headed creatures that are terrifying human in shape but possess flat feet and no tails. Orange woodlands. So local legends describe the orange woodland dog, 7 foot tall hairy creature with human like facial features but sharp teeth, pointed ears, and long snout. Montana. In 2018, a rancher near Denton shot a bizarre wolf like creature that experts couldn't immediately identify, while DNA later revealed it was a wolf with unusual traits. Its abnormally small paws and long claws sparked widespread werewolf theories online. Skinwalker of Southwest. Specifically, Utah, Arizona, traditional European werewolf stories overlap skinwalkers and Navajo tradition. Characteristics. These are described as malevolent witches capable of shapeshifting into animals, often wolves or coyotes. Sightings. Many reports from the Uinta Basin and Skinwalker Ranch area involve unusually large wolves or creatures walking on 2 legs with fiery eyes, which some modern witnesses classified as werewolves. Probably different from the Dogman. Reports of the West frequently emphasize supernatural or spiritual connection, a skinwalker or an ancient relic of a species like Yellowstone canid, whereas the Midwestern Dogman is often described more as biological predator. Okay, so let's go here. Distinguishing between the Skinwalker and Dogman report often depend on the creature's origins and specific behavior. Witnesses, while both appear upright, canine-like monsters in their legends, sightings, patterns are distinct. Origins: a permanent biological cryptid is the Dogman. A Skinwalker is a human, specifically a witch, medicine man, who shapeshifts through the magic. The location: originally in Midwest Michigan, but sightings are spread across the U.S., including the Sierra Nevada. Skinwalker, heavily concentrated in the Southwest, specifically near the Navajo lands in Utah and Arizona and New Mexico. Consistency: 7 to 9 feet tall with canid hooks, backward bleeding legs, and often a tail. Variable: can take the form of any animal, wolf, coyote, fox, but often looks off or distorted. Behavior: acts like a highly intelligent predatory animal, often just stares or stalks. That's what the Dogman does. And the Skinwalker is actively malicious, reported to mimic human voices, run at separate speeds over 100 miles per hour, no, miles per hour, and use psychological terror. Identifying a Skinwalker report. Supernatural travel. Reports of mention of a traveling or magical doors are appearing, disappearing instantly. Unnatural movement. Witnesses describe them as running alongside fast moving vehicles at speeds that should be physically impossible. Mimicry. A hallmark of these reports, hearing creature cry like baby or call out in a familiar human voice or lure victims. Hotspots. Major locations include Skinwalker Ranch, Utah, and Ashislepa Wilderness in Mexico. Identifying Dogman report. Anatomical detail. Sightings often focus on the physical details like the hocks of the legs and their thick muscular torso and large triangular tracks. Traumatic stare. Many witnesses report an alpha predator feeling where the creature is simply watches them, the force and the edge with menacing non-human demeanor. This is a Dogman report. And Western sightings. While less common in Midwest, sightings are mapped in Sierra Nevada and Pacific. Okay, chat. So now that'll be all for the garden stream, and we'll be doing it tonight, tomorrow, another garden stream. Thank you all for coming, and peace.